Hello everybody, if you hear me already. We are on YouTube and I hope we are on Twitch as well once the ad stops. Sorry for starting later. I wanted to start at 9 AM, now it's 12 past 9. I didn't stream for quite some time and my Streamlabs decided to update, but it was stuck. I had to restart the computer. Hello Yash, Dark Knight, Punet, Piyush and Alexei. I will open this Restream chat here as well. What's your graphic card? How does it matter? It's a very old card. GTX 650, I think. Maybe 650 Ti. Okay, I hope you don't hear the desktop audio. You shouldn't hear, even if I do that, you shouldn't hear that. One, two, three, four, five. I'm not saying I forgot how to stream, but I didn't stream for quite some time. Yeah, today I wanted to stream on Twitch only, and I will spend some time today figuring out whether I want that or not. For now, I again stream to both YouTube and Twitch, just like people asked in Codforces and Discord, but possibly I will switch to Twitch only. Sound is good, data science or Android, which field is better? How do you compare them? It's something different. Is chemistry better than physics? I don't know. So I prefer data science. How to get to Grandmaster from Candidate Master in Codforces? You must practice. Just solve problems, learn new algorithms. Okay, so I announced that maybe first of all I will ping everywhere that I'm live. And well, I'm live on YouTube too. Stream started in both YouTube and Twitch. One of the disadvantages of YouTube is that my internet connection isn't really stable. It happened to me that it stopped working for a minute, and then the YouTube stream is completely broken. I mean, the video is split into two. I don't think it's it's a bad thing. The stream started in both YouTube and Twitch. Has just started. I will also ping on Twitter and Facebook. Hello, Poikniok. How much time should be spent on one problem? As long as you have new ideas, plus 10 minutes. Suggest books for competitive programming. Competitive Programmer's Handbook. But just like Mahendra says, you must practice. It's mainly about practice. Windows asks me, how likely am I to recommend this Windows 10 PC to a friend or colleague? I'm trying to... So on the site I have Streamlab OBS and I'm now adjusting it. Okay, here we go. Now it's better. Testing chat here. Okay, what about now? Yeah, now it works. I had to turn it on. Can you please explain how binary lifting is being applied to Codeforces 549? Well, do you know binary lifting? That's an important question here. Not this page. Streaming. I have that old Google document with my notes. I must go through that again. Hello, ready? Does hyperlinks work like that in Twitch? I don't think so. Okay, yeah, it's impossible to add a link. I think that will display something else than the link itself in both YouTube and Twitch. And finally, Facebook. When did I start competitive programming? 7 years ago or so. So what are, by the way, disadvantages of streaming to both and YouTube? Because as you can see in Codeforces, I wanted to stream just on Twitch today, and people, well, somebody suggested why not YouTube, why not on YouTube, and mean more is better. There are some disadvantages. What are them? It's harder for me to handle both YouTube and Twitch. There is a chat that I must do something extra to make chat work in both places, and it takes me it takes me more time to change description, title, thumbnail in both YouTube and Twitch. That's one thing. The other is that I can be a Twitch affiliate or whatever the word is, but there is a requirement that I can't stream to YouTube at the same time. The advantage of being an affiliate is, for me, the most important one is that I get like bandwidth, how is it called? Priority. And you can watch me in 1080p. I'm now posting on Facebook. The stream has just started in both YouTube and Twitch. Okay. And I'm done. So let's start by... Oh, I can... One more thing that I must do, it's in my notes, is to log out from Facebook. Simply because it's my private Facebook. So messages would be shown. +7 and you will be top contributor. I'm not looking forward to that, to be honest. The higher you are in Codeforce's contribution leaderboard, the more people complain that I do something just for contribution. So I would prefer to be outside of top 10, to be honest. Should your post go into Codeforce's main page? I think it only makes sense if it's something important like a lecture, not a boring stream. So let's make an important table. Which is better, virtual contest or solving problems rating wise? Both are fine, mix them, not to be bored. So YouTube versus Twitch. So in fact, it's YouTube versus Twitch versus both. And what are the arguments for which each possibility? I must decide whether I want to stream to both. In fact, I'm sure that short videos or lectures I will stream at least to YouTube, but I think those boring streams I will stream only to Twitch. By the way, I want to fix the schedule and do boring streams twice a week, I guess. Also because I have a job that I can do during those streams. It will be like algorithmic research for some French company that wants to create materials to prepare for competitive programming. And they agreed to that I can do it on stream, what would be awesome. But again, those streams are quite boring and they have any value just for people that are in competitive programming. Maybe it makes sense that YouTube will have educational content like solving problems or lectures, both advanced ones and for beginners, while I don't want to put 6-hour videos there where I can just check out something because it's interesting. In fact, I want to be able during these streams, I don't know, if I see some interesting article, maybe some news, maybe not necessarily about programming, I want to be able to read it. It's just my work day. And I'm not sure YouTube is a place for that. How to practice competitive programming? So I can go above expert level. Solve problems. Which side do you prefer for competitive programming? Codeforces has biggest community. AdCoder has best problems. How to improve? Practice. How to train? Practice. Go through A2 online judge ladders. That's fine. Whatever. Okay, so what are do I want to create a table? Yes, I want to. Insert table. So this is Twitch only, YouTube only, both. So both. Most people, I don't want that to be bold. Most people can see me. What is another advantage of, well, this is maybe the only advantage of both. But a bad thing is that I have to spend, maybe I should care about advantage and disadvantages of streaming to both platforms. Both, only one platform. And this should not be in bold. More people can see me. What are the best questions set to practice to improve DP? AdCoder Dynamic Programming Contest. Maybe not the best, because it doesn't really teach you, but I made a video on that, so maybe it's a good resource to practice. Okay, only one platform. Less work for me. Less work. Description, etc. What else? In YouTube, some people will find my channel and will be discouraged. Well, they will not want to stick there because there are some boring 6-hour streams that aren't really well organized. So this is, let's say, this. I would say that this is trash on YouTube. Big diversity on YouTube, and this is a bad thing. Also because of the YouTube algorithm, actually, because if I keep posting videos of one type, YouTube will understand that I keep doing that, and it's good. If someone watches that, it's good for him to subscribe to the channel, and my channel will be recommended, my videos. Well, if I have a diversity, something will be boring for some people, and that's a bad thing. What else? The next thing is Twitch affiliate. And there are two things here. The one is that Twitch affiliate gives money, but this is so small that it's irrelevant. I think I will not earn more than like $10 a month for that, so this is barely like close to nothing compared to your ordinary salary for software engineer. So it doesn't matter. But what matters is that Twitch affiliates have priority of bandwidth. It's not guaranteed that when you go to watch me on Twitch, there will be a possibility here to adjust the quality. So some people, of course, if their internet connection is good enough, they want to watch me on 1080p. It's especially important when I implement something, because then you see the letters well. And also the next thing regarding one platform only, I'm then higher in the category. When I go to science and technology, there is some stuff, something is not related to programming. Let's go to just programming. I'm right now, where am I? Oh, I don't even have right now programming tag, so let's change that. Yeah, generally I must change everything here. So edit, programming. Done. Let's refresh. I still don't see programming, but I remember it takes a minute for Twitch to refresh the cache. Maybe I will hit it again. Programming, please. Still nothing. Why? How do you approach tough problems whose solution you can see right away? It's like a question, how do you run? There is no magical formula. The more you practice, the better you will be, and that's it. I'm looking for different possible approaches and trying them. Okay, now it's added. So do I have to do it 3 times to make it work? Now we are in programming category, and I'm here on the 5th place right now, but often, especially later in the day, where more people watch, how do I close it? Here. I'm getting lower than that. And if I'm close to the top, more new people will see me, will find me, and that's a great thing. Well, diversifying, splitting to both YouTube and Twitch means that I have lower view count on both, and less people will find me, I think. So this is video quality, and here we have smaller, well, less viewers, fewer viewers in both, in each platform separately. It's better to be recommended for more people to have 40 viewers on one platform than 20 viewers on each of 2 platforms. Of course, it doesn't work just like that, because some people will not watch me because I'm only on Twitch. Some people right now watch me on YouTube and wouldn't watch me otherwise on Twitch. That's also an important argument. Is there anything else? So less work, description, stuff like that. Big diversity on YouTube, that's a bad thing. Yep. Twitch affiliate gives better video quality and fewer viewers in each platform. Also stuff like making a poll. If I want to choose between two problems or topics, it will be easy to ask the audience if this is one platform. Then it's possible to make a poll. On both platforms it's harder. But of course, this one argument on the left side is important. Maybe let's do a voting. Let's say that, will you solve ICPC 19 problems live? I will not. I will get back to that in a moment. Let's do the following voting. If, let's say that 1 is streamed to both, and 5 is streamed to Twitch only. And you can vote from 1 to 5, and an integer from 1 to 5. 5 means that you're okay that I will stream to Twitch only, and what? No, yeah, 5 means you're okay with streaming to Twitch only. While 1 means please stream to both because I can watch only on YouTube. And since we don't have, was it posted? Since we don't have a lot of viewers, it wasn't posted. Why? That's strange. Let's try again. X. Here, X. Apparently, only the one of my open chats can send messages. So let's write here. One means what? Stream to both. 5 means stream to Twitch. Twitch only is okay. Please vote from 1 to 5, and since the number of viewers is quite low, there are only like 20 of them or so, well, maybe now a bit more, every vote indeed counts, and it will affect my decision. So please... so please do vote, and I must just decide whether I want to stream to both or maybe just to YouTube. I will consider that later. As you can see, there are a lot of advantages of one platform only. Here I mean Twitch only, and it's about boring streams. There are 5 viewers on Twitch and 40 viewers on YouTube, think. Yes, that's true, but the question is what would happen if I was streaming just to Twitch? So would it wouldn't still be 5 viewers on Twitch. It would be much more. I'm not saying it will be full 45, but having 30 viewers on Twitch means that I would be close to the top in the Twitch programming category. So more people, more new people would find me, and that's awesome. While on YouTube, I almost never see recommended streams. YouTube is not for streams, it's for videos. I have only YouTube pack. I don't understand what does YouTube pack means. So you can only watch on YouTube, or what? And right now my YouTube is a bit chaotic. There is a lot of different content. Boring streams, short problems, 2-hour AI stream, solving some contest, what else? And lectures. Yeah, I want to get back to lectures. Not here, or here, for example. And you can't diversify too much on YouTube, because this is bad for the algorithm. What votes do we have? So again, 5 means Twitch only is okay. We have 2, 3, 4, 5 for now. I have just YouTube. How do you have just YouTube? Is Twitch blocked in your country then? Hello, Ozdi. If you know so many sorting algorithms, how come you can sort your YouTube videos? Well, they are sorted by time, right? Hello, Redstone. Only YouTube. Please use numbers to vote. I'm not going to gather all the words here. Of course, I will read them. But for now, votes are 2, 3, 4, 5. What means that, well, Twitch only would be okay. And later I will think about YouTube only. I think you make a good point. I think you should try streaming only on Twitch and see how it goes. Are you going to go into intense training regime for coming code jam? No, I'm not. I don't have time. YouTube better because can go back in time during stream. So you can't do that on Twitch. That's a valid point. Do I have adblock on Twitch? Apparently adblock doesn't block ads. Mm. A moment ago, yeah, American Gods, by the way. I read the book like 2 years ago or so, and it was very nice. I've read then more books by Gaiman, and they are great. One of the best books I've ever read. I do recommend. The author is called Gaiman. Neil Gaiman. Yep. Strongly recommend. The series was quite strange. I'm not sure how the second season will be. For sure, strange is a very good word to describe it. I ran Twitch to check if I can go back. No, I can't, indeed. And on YouTube, can we do it on YouTube? Yes, we can. That's better. Hello, Karim. Use your origin for ad block. Your origin. You block origin? Why is it in Slovenian? Maybe I will. Let's check it out later. I read yesterday Competitive Programmer's Handbook and had a question in my mind. Can I ask today? Well, you can ask. I'm not sure if I will answer. Depends on the question. I don't think being able to go back in time for Twitch streams really matters. Yeah, that's a good point. If stream lasts for 6 hours, and boring streams will last that long, do you really want to get back 5 minutes in time and then be back by 5 minutes for all the whole stream? It's boring streams are made in such a way that it doesn't hurt you so much to skip several minutes. You want to make ad money from Twitch and YouTube? Don't promote adblock. No, I don't want to make money from Twitch and YouTube. Doing anything else for me. I think working for maybe 2 hours or so would give me much more money that I could gain from YouTube and Twitch until now. So what I have for 1,000 views on average on YouTube, you get $2, and I have maybe 50,000 views on YouTube, so it gives me $100. Really, for programmers, this is not worth it. Though it's good that I get some promotion, and maybe it will become handy eventually. For example, I might organize some programming camps like Petrozavodsk or Moscow, and then having a YouTube channel has a big value. Is your stream saved on Twitch? If no, better use YouTube plus Twitch. Yes, I think my stream will be saved on Twitch. I've changed the settings yesterday in the evening. And I think now they will be available. By default, it's 14 days. But I think it's enough. I don't want, or I don't care if people watch me a few months later for boring streams. I don't think Errichto cares about ad money from Twitch, YouTube. Yep, that's true. I think he really cares if he can make a living off streams videos working remotely. Yeah, so I said that part of my boring streams will be working for that French company, creating materials for algorithms, and I guarantee you this, like, compared to that, ad money is like 1%. Allows you to watch in the 1.5 or 2 times speed so you can catch the live stream. Okay. Do people really do it during streams? That's an interesting hack. Okay. One other disadvantage of streaming to both is that the chat isn't saved for both platforms. Right? If I stream just on YouTube, the chat that you see right now on the right will be... Oh, a lot of messages were blocked. Show. Sorry for that. YouTube detection system thought that that this is all spam. So we have a lot of votes to 1, and I think 1 meant stream to both. Yep, 1 meant stream to both. I would just... but that's one more disadvantage, by the way. It's hard for me to keep up with everything, and for example now it turns out that I need to watch not only the common chat, because what I have open on the site is a common chat for both platforms. I'm using Restream chat for that, but it doesn't show me that some YouTube comments were blocked, and so even more are blocked here. Show. Right now we have a lot of ones. Actually, many of them are repeated by the same person because something was blocked. But still, I think the majority are ones. Maybe I should stream just to YouTube then. But does YouTube show streams to new people? I don't think so. I was never in YouTube, and I do use YouTube. I never saw a suggested stream when I go to the main YouTube website. From my subscribed channels, yes, I saw streams suggested, but not from new channels. I do watch some programming videos on YouTube, and I think I never, even a single time, saw a stream suggested. You can try EasyPulse.net. Well, there are tools for many things. Having it in chat is better. It's more convenient. People don't like clicking links and going outside. Do you know about Abdullah Aslam of Code Forces? No, I don't. I don't think you're supposed to give out that info. What info? About the money? I'm like the info about money from YouTube ads is well known. It's not even my info because I haven't enabled ads on my YouTube videos. So, by the way, I earned exactly 0 from both YouTube and Twitch so far. And regarding the French company, I also didn't give you a number. He got great package from Google. You mean Abdullah? Like, I don't care much. Why don't you work in Google? Why would I? That's a stupid question. There's a lot of good programmers who don't want to work for Google. That's true. Have you received the MacBook from Reply? Not yet, but indeed I won a MacBook Pro in a contest recently. What advice would you give to a beginner? Use Google to Google your questions and practice. What's your comment on April Fool's contest? Do you like competing in such contests? I don't, and this is why I didn't compete. But it was interesting. We can talk about that later. Easy polls. And what advice would you give to a beginner? How to start competitive programmer? Can I start up with Codeforces? You can start up with anything, but perfectly just first Google C++ course, then some basic algorithmic tutorials. Maybe Codeforces isn't best place for that, but I don't know what is. I learned from Polish websites. Okay. easypolls.net. And what I'm doing right now, is it valuable to people to watch later in YouTube? Is it? I wouldn't say so. I'm here. I'm going to now check out this uBlock origin. I'm going to check out EasyPulse and try how that works. And do people really want to later see that? How to improve mathematical skills, solve mathematical problems, or read a book. So maybe YouTube only, or both. I will Twitch affiliate rules. Where are rules? The websites that are available online usually say what is required to be an affiliate, and they don't really say what are the disadvantages, and one of them is you can't stream to both Twitch and YouTube. Then there's something like for 24 hours you can't put your content on YouTube. Even if I record a video, I can't upload that to YouTube in the next 24 hours. But I wasn't going to upload that. I thought that maybe boring streams belong just to Twitch. My plans are, what are my general plans? Boring 6-hour boring streams twice a week. I'm thinking about Tuesday morning, so Tuesday like right now. Wednesday. So today we have Wednesday, but I think Tuesdays are better for me. Tuesdays 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Tuesdays, and Fridays maybe later. One moment. I need to check something in my calendar. Yeah, Fridays maybe 12 to 18. I'm alone in home. I'm to 18, even a bit later, so I can do that on Fridays. And this will be mainly algo research, creating algo related materials and researching them. Okay, so this will be my the most time I spent on streams or videos, and there of course short YouTube videos on problems from contests and from coding interviews. They're also interesting sometimes. And lectures. And from time to time some other streams. The random streams. Solving, what else? Those AI contests, marathon contests, stuff like that. The more specific a video topic is, the more likely people will watch later. That's true. Like that algorithm, they search on YouTube and find it. Yep. What's your thought on Umnik post? I will answer that in a moment. Since when are you competitive programming? 7 years or 8 years? What's your plan for today? Starting with competitive programming handbook in programmer handbook in 20 minutes? Maybe, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm going to read part of that. You forgot to talk about ICPC. Yeah, you are right. Thank you. Regarding ICPC, I'm going to watch that tomorrow. Yeah, the finals are tomorrow. With my friends, I guess we'll cheer for the University of Warsaw team, of course. And usually when we watch those finals, in general, if you want to eventually compete in World Finals, you shouldn't know problems from past World Finals. This is the best possible training, those problems. So leave that to be able to write that as virtual participation a month before your finals. Possibly I will maybe compete in that in virtual participation with my old team eventually. I'm not sure. But for sure there will be people among us that want to hide problems to be able to compete eventually. This is a very, very valuable training. Yeah, and right now what happens are some boring stuff. Really, the finals, except for the finals itself, the 5-hour competition, the finals are so boring. I was on the ICM ICPC finals twice, and all the opening ceremonies are so boring. They last for several hours. The organizers reward each other. Have the organizers get rewards for serving for the contest for many years. Have the coaches get some rewards, like you've been with us for 5 years. Maybe it's nice for them and this is some reward, but it makes the ceremony so long. There are so many lectures. All of that is obligatory. Right. In this year, I saw the discussion at Codeforces about the Huawei competition that is obligatory. And not everybody knows machine learning. Even more, maybe not everybody brought their laptop to ICPC, while they had to have their own laptop. According to the rules, theoretically, they can be disqualified if they don't have a laptop to attend the Huawei contest. That's stupid. So just... but the competition itself, of course, is interesting and it's full of emotions. And then the next question was... I said I will answer something later. What was that? What's your thought on Umnik post? I think it was very reasonable. You can see my... where is it? The block is unnecessary blocks on main. For those who don't know what it is, Umnik said that on the main page of Codeforces, there should be just contest announcements. I gave my opinion here in a comment, but that being said, I completely understand Umnik, and I don't think that what he says is stupid. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to keep the main page just clean with announcements. That being said, I think the other possibility, so what is there right now, is better, and I explained that in a comment. In particular, I like the fact that if I make something really valuable, for example, a lecture, I think for now in my YouTube videos, one of the most valuable thing are the like DP sorting and something else was there. Lectures. I made, I think, 4 of them, and this is extremely valuable. Maybe the best stuff I did for YouTube. And I like the fact that I could promote that on the main page of Codeforces, and then more people saw it. When something is just posted here on the right, maybe 200 people will see it. If I post something on the main page, it will be like 1,000. This is my guess, an estimate. I don't know the numbers. Do you have any predictions for RCPC finals? Well, strong teams will be high. This is everything there is. Yeah, I just cheer for University of Warsaw to win, maybe. But I don't think they are the most likely team to win, but I hope for them. Can you include sect-free questions in your streams, just like any other questions? I can. I was seeing offline the streams and are so good. Thank you for it. I just having one concern. Could be shared the notes. You mean those notes? I will share them eventually. So I'm still surprised that people like watching the boring streams. So right now we have 40 people here. 30 people here. I guess less than that on Twitch. But I think 13 right now on Twitch, which is still high. And again, this is the discussion about YouTube versus Twitch versus both. Streaming just to Twitch would mean that now I would be like maybe top 2 of the programming category. What would mean that anybody interested in programming on Twitch would check me out. That is good. On YouTube that's not the case. Who said it's boring? Well, the name said so. The name is Boring Programming Stream. By the way, when I was choosing a name for those streams, I also considered Boring Friday streams, what in short is BFS, what is a very nice fact. Not really useful, and I don't want to be well, I don't want to have to stream just on Fridays, but if I stream on Fridays I can call them that instead of boring. Yeah, so this is the plan, and the question is what to do on which platform. Short YouTube videos for sure are for YouTube. Lectures there must be at least on YouTube. This is very valuable content. So either just on YouTube or streaming to both platforms, and then you can see it on YouTube. Other random streams, app solving. Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. When I do some AI bot competitions like coding game, many participants are from USA, and many of them use Twitch already, or I don't know what else was there. MIT competition, Battlecode. Yeah, it was Battlecode. I think I did some. Did I do some stream there? I don't even remember whether I did a stream for Battlecode this year. Those competitions already have Twitch platforms. I mean Twitch accounts. What suggests that I should stream at least to Twitch. If it is Tuesday, then it is BTS. Let me Google what is BTS. South Korean hip-hop boy group. There are also like 50 other meanings, but this is the first one. Whatever. And I really don't know what to do about the platform. It will be hard for me to stream to both all the time. It's inconvenient. What else do we have? Checklist before stream. Yeah, I still haven't changed the Twitch description. Maybe let's do that. And that's stupid, because I'm streaming now for almost an hour and the description is not adequate at all. Let me just copy it from, not here, it's okay. I will copy it from here. Yep, it works though. I will check those two. And for example, when Twitch showed me that ad for American Gods TV series, I want to be able to for a moment talk about that because I find it interesting. And not only those long streams are boring, but also they are not so professional. I don't want to stick just to explaining some topic or doing algorithms. When are you starting? Well, I started an hour ago. I want to do whatever I want, to be honest, on this stream, and not to necessarily start at some particular moment, then start coding something or whatever. I found you from Twitch's Science and Technology section. How will people find you on YouTube? That's a very good point. I don't know how they will. I understand that most people find me from Codeforces, but there is only some limited number of people there, and I don't think it's good to just be limited by that. Boring stream on Tuesday. That's a better idea. To name Tuesday stream BST. I hope you get back to Legendary Grandmaster this Saturday. I hope so too. If I quickly solved C this last round, I would get there. I think I would get top. But of course, this is like if I did something, whatever. I also could do worse in the previous round. Can you teach link-cut dynamic programming on trees? No, I can't, because I don't know link-cut very well. Is the next round on Saturday? I will not be able to compete in that, I think. I have a local competition at 12 o'clock, which lasts 3 hours. Possibly I could finish that local competition earlier and go take part in Codeforces round, but then at 3 p.m. for me, the closing ceremony starts and they will talk about solutions, so This code forces round ends too late. I will not participate. Hello, Bartek. I hope not. Now, what are you talking about? I hope not what? When I say a lot of stuff, I'm not sure then when I read a comment what it is about. Found you from code forces, yeah. I think most people do. Now I wonder if Bartek is here to remind me about doing something for our previous competition. As a to-do, I still have making some editorials for our potyczki competition, Polish competition, and I can't find time for that for already months. But I guess in a few days. Though I said that also a month ago. During boring streams, figure out glitches. Yeah, this is done. It is global round. Yes, I know it is global round, but it doesn't change anything for me. I will not be able to participate. This is done. Add timestamps to lectures, still to do. Make important bookmarks, write alt editorials. Switch to Windows, maybe emulate one in the other. Yep. I don't now remember what I did. I installed some tool in Windows to be able to code, and I have Genie here, so I don't need this. But I don't even remember how to run that tool. Channel plans. Okay, so let's move that, the plans here to channel plans. How about looking for a challenge? How can I get this book? Google it. Like, I don't know more than Google knows. Either you can order it from a website that you will get by googling looking for a challenge or code forces blog, or maybe it's out of the order. Like, maybe they are out of books and you must wait several months until they print new books. Why do you want to make a new account in Polygon? Because when I log to Polygon, you will see the list of my problems, including those that are not yet used, and that's a bad thing. You shouldn't be able to see that. I want to make either streams or videos on creating problems, because there are no materials about that. I think I'm quite good in inventing problems, preparing them. I want to make a code forces round, and not only code forces round, soon, but I'm so low on time. I was very busy, by the way, creating this website and generally starting a business. You can check it out. Just don't mind the, how is it called? The layout. It's stolen from some templates online. I'm going to fix that eventually and create something on my own. I will do classes in Warsaw, programming classes. But yeah, creating that took me a long time. By the way, yesterday I officially started the company. And what means, of course, doing some taxes, a lot of paperwork. I don't like that. But it had to be done. Now I need to figure out, by the way, how to give bills, like how is it called? Create bills and some contracts, agreements. I'm not looking forward to that. And that stuff I will not do in stream because, first of all, it's Polish. It's in Polish, and the second thing is that maybe some of that is confidential. I'm not sure. Buy second monitor is done, by the way. Lighting isn't important, so I'm fine without it. Maybe if I stream in evenings a lot, but doesn't matter much. A new chair, by the way, I'm looking for a new chair. I spent some time already going through Warsaw and looking for a nice chair. I'm going to spend several $100s on that. My current chair is very uncomfortable. Here we have problem ideas, IOI syllabus, good materials, tutorials online. Yeah, I will continue doing that. Can we expect it in English in the future? You mean the website? This is website about programming classes in Warsaw. It's only meant for Polish children, Polish pupils in school. So it shouldn't be in English. That being said, I think about doing those classes, well, part of those classes in English, but still it will be in Warsaw. So nothing interesting for you, like nothing available for people outside of Warsaw, unless you want to fly to Warsaw for classes. I need to plug my laptop in. One more thing I considered is making boring streams unlisted on YouTube, what means they will not be shown on my main page. When you go here, you see a lot of videos. In particular, here you see all my videos sorted by time, and maybe I want to hide some of them, like boring streams. Still, they will be accessible if you have a link. Maybe I will just create a playlist of that to make it available, but not shown here. What has a lot of views, by the way? I guess the @CoderDP contest. Okay, but for one more thing here, I can go to analytics, and you'll see that the average time isn't very good. Average view duration for boring stream is 1 minute and 37 seconds. Is it correct? That's a bit strange. Yeah, I guess so. This is average live view duration. What means a big majority of people will just open that, watch for 1 minute and close. And I'm not surprised by that. While @CoderDP, I guess, has better statistics. It has 5,000 views, and average view duration is 9 minutes, which is, of course, much better. And the fact that some videos have so small view duration on average means that this is a bad thing for the YouTube algorithm. I'm not a big expert, I just read some things about it. And it's bad to have stupid stuff on your YouTube channel. What else we have? Google hashcode recap. 7 minutes on average. Yeah, I guess boring streams have worst statistics. But here it's 7 minutes. Maybe because this is not that boring. It's Codeforces absolving. This is second part because something broke. No, still 9 minutes. That's strange. But what I did recently during streams, and usually I will do that during boring streams, is just reading some materials online, like here. My boring streams will be similar to this one. What did I do here? I've researched for algorithmic stuff online. And I guess then the average view duration is very small because this is indeed boring for people. I said I hope you won't get your Nutella back. Thank you, Bartek. Very nice of you. What do we have here? Average view duration 8 minutes. I wonder what it will be for the current stream. But I don't think I can get statistics right now, or can I? Right now average view duration is 6 minutes, but most of people that watch now are those that are subscribed and are interested in the content, while later a lot of people will see it not knowing what it is, and they will become bored quickly. This is my guess, at least. What else did I want to do? Maybe we can move to... I wanted to decide about the YouTube Twitch versus Twitch thing. I hope you to become candidate master. Thank you. I hope not. There are a lot of disadvantages. But looking at the votes, let's see if something more is here blocked. Not really. Most people prefer to YouTube. So I guess I should stay on YouTube. I just wonder if it will hurt me in long run, because the channel will be recommended to fewer people, and those fewer people will see my other content, the interesting one. What about Udemy course? What's about it? Is it better than what I'm doing on YouTube? Let's maybe start doing something useful. The last time I checked IOI syllabus, and I started going through materials online. I've read some part of Competitive Programmer's Handbook. I've noted down some general advice about like creating editorials and tutorials in general. make drawings, starting from the most basic examples and versions. Don't start with "this topic is easy." Try to make code easy to understand instead of one-liners. Upload images to the website, for example to Codeforces, instead of other hosts, because otherwise after a year or so the image will become unavailable. Here I went through different tutorials on segment trees, and I said that this is the best one, but it has no drawings or little to no drawings, and the code is hard to read. I remember that there, instead of, for example, checking if a number is odd, or dividing by 2 should be done this way, in my opinion. This is divide by 2 in C++. Well, this is harder to understand, and it's not faster. I don't like the fact that the code there was written in such a way. Maybe I should then write my own version, but I don't like the fact that tens of tutorials are there online, and if I do something, it will be best for me, and it will be best in my opinion, but it doesn't mean it will be better than other content. There is this comic by XKCD about the situation when there are 14 competing standards. Someone says, 14, ridiculous, we need to develop one universal standard that covers everyone's use cases. Yeah, and then there are 15 competing standards. I don't want to get that just by repeating what other people did. I'm not sure I should create my own blog on segment trees. What are your opinions on YOTSIM on UWU? The question by Linkus is about our combined informatics and maths course on University of Warsaw. It requires some work, and the question is whether you really need maths. Many people start with informatics and maths combined, and then they switch to just informatics because it's less to do. On some moments during the university it's very hard because there is still maths to learn, and there are a lot of projects in the informatics part. But it's okay maybe to start YOTSIM and then switch after half a year if you want. Also, don't go there if you aren't who was it called? The finalist, the laureate of at least one of Maths and Informatics Olympiad. Otherwise it will be too hard for you. If you're a finalist of both, then it's completely fine. How did you implement simulated annealing in Hashcode 2019? I did not implement that. Big fan, glad to see you go live. Hello Kunal, nice to hear that. Why do you ask about implementing simulated annealing in Hashcode 2019? How do you know I implemented that? I did not. What do I want to do now? Maybe on a site I will open materials from that French company, and I will this way know what I want to work on. So on my second stream I'm just opening that. By the way, during the last 2 hours on Twitch I got like 10 or so new followers, and well, it doesn't work that way on YouTube. When I stream on Twitch, new people find me every time. YouTube doesn't recommend streams that much to new people. I'm looking in my email for the materials. Let me open here chat. A lot of stuff there is something that I can't show you. I just want to open something to see what I should work on. And then likely it will be just researching something. The thing they want to do is maybe, do they have a name? These are guys related to French Olympiad in informatics. I guess we should call that France IOI project. So their goal is to create a platform that is free for everybody. So it's just something like any other platform. Then they have money to, they have a lot of money to create it. They can hire people, and they want to create complete materials. Not only about algorithms, but also about something that would be maybe interesting for high schoolers that know some algorithms and they want to learn something new. Maybe cryptography, distributed algorithms, something related to, I don't know, more stuff that later is on university. Language processing or theory, stuff like that. Of course, I'm an expert, if I can say so, only in algorithms field, and I will focus on that. The materials will be available for everybody, but some part of that, like solutions for problems, will be only available for teachers. The goal is to encourage you to not just look at the solution. I briefly talked with them about that. The goal is that the idea is that you will be able to see a solution to a problem, but maybe only after some time, or if you solve some other problems. And lectures, I hope, would be available like for everybody. And it's meant especially for teachers who get very nice materials and they can point them to students, and then teachers have access to everything. There's nothing being, this is not a paid service, so it's awesome. I wouldn't want to create some materials that are behind the like paywall, whatever the word is. I prefer to create materials that are free. This is like, for example, my YouTube channel. Also, if this was more confidential, or like if the content I make here was then to be paid for, I couldn't do it on a stream. Looking for programming stream on Twitch is easy. I'm not sure how to do it on YouTube. Yeah, same here. Let's go to incognito tab, YouTube, and now programming. We get stuff like that is usually not really for programmers. This is 5 things I wish I knew when I started programming. The reality of programming. This is meant for almost everybody. They will not teach you anything here. You can, when I Google programming stream, the top results are some old videos, including CodeJam 2014. And the second result is what? Music for programmers. after googling programming string, I want to get current programmers programming streams. Here I actually see myself. This used to be not a case. A month ago, when I googled myself during a stream, I didn't see myself here. That's something. But the fact that there's just my stream here means that people don't search for that because it doesn't work. 99% of the time I'm not streaming, and then they will not see anything here, so why would they search for that? Well, on Twitch, not Errichto, just main website of Twitch, programming, I have science and technology here, and there are live streams for science and technology. It's a bit stupid. It used to be programming category, and then they merged like a few categories. Am I here? Yeah, I'm here right now. Right here, I can hit programming just to see videos with tag programming. I guess people that use Twitch know that, and they do that. Well, maybe the important question is: has anybody here learned about my streams from YouTube suggestions, like YouTube main page? Was it suggested to you before you were subscribed? What are some good topics to focus for Code Jam? Dynamic programming, let's say. Just go through old Code Jam problems. Okay, I'm back to searching for what I should do. Geometry. Yeah, but if you don't know geometry well, it would take you a lot of time to practice, and it will not necessarily appear. So I think dynamic programming is best. Other than that, it's just some logics thinking, so it's something general. Okay, what I see, for example, here is a list of content that will be here. I'm just looking for something to work on. I see a list of problems. Okay, this is important, maybe. A list of skills. Something like a map of skills in competitive programming. Maybe that's something I want to go through and think about. Hello everyone. Hello Vivek. What else is here? More detailed list. So I see here a list like brute force, binary operators, conversion, data structures, just a sorted list of topics. And then also something more detailed, like the summary of each technique. Yeah, let's go through that list. Maybe I can create a drawing for that. First, let's be without that list. I will try to figure out myself what I would put on a list, and then I will maybe merge that. Can you teach persistent AVL? No, I can't. I don't know it well. Generally, just Google some materials for a topic that you want to learn. I can close that, and later I will get back to this too. Let's open, how was it called? OneNote. This was sign in. This is a drawing from one of my videos on YouTube. OneNote asks me for a password, and apparently I don't remember it. Maybe because it has to have uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols. And maybe because when I create a password, they don't ask me to repeat the password. What is a bad thing? View sections, pages. Here we go. Okay, I want to create new section, and this will be research. Let's call that research generally. This will be what? Map? How is it called? Work map? I don't want that. And I have my graphics tablet somewhere. Playing Minecraft. Thank you for suggestion. I've never played Minecraft, by the way. I know how popular it is. It just happened that I never played it. I've also never played like PUBG, Fortnite. Generally, I don't play a lot of video games. I'm even such a loser that I haven't played Heroes 3 much. When I had my first computer, my parents' computer, 15 years ago, I guess something like that, what I had was Heroes 5. I didn't know that Heroes 3 was cool, and I didn't get money to just buy a new game that I wanted. I had Heroes 5, so this is what I played. I did play Heroes 3 a little bit, but not much. What are we doing today? I spent a lot of time thinking about YouTube versus Twitch thing, and now I'm going to think what are topics in algorithms that one should practice. And what do we have? We have brute force, that's for sure. Well, first of all, you must learn a language. So first of all, it's implementation. Will it be more visible if I write it this way. Maybe implementation, but I want to increase the font size. I don't remember how to do it. Okay, here we go. Is that enough? Yeah, should be enough. I can remove that. So we start from implementation. What do we have done? We have sorting, right? This is not sorting is another category or not. We have topics like binary search and sorting. Should it be a category? Maybe I can first what can I do? I can list down categories or techniques. Implementation. It's going to be in bold. That was, by the way, confirmation code from email to reset the password, so it wasn't really confidential, fortunately. But a moment ago I've pasted some number. Doesn't matter. Implementation. Sorting and binary search. This is something you learn very early on. But first, it's binary search. Sorting is complicated. It shouldn't be learned early on. Maybe bubble sort is the one that switches to swaps two consecutive numbers. On the other hand, it isn't useful. I would just tell my students first to run sort. Hello, Errichto. I and my team of ICPC are choosing programming language to start training. We know a lot of Python, but also a little bit of C++. What we choose and why? Thanks. Choose C++. It's faster, and most of competitive programming world uses that. Use C++. You should switch to C++. Otherwise, some problems will not be able. You will not be able to solve some problems with Python because it's too slow. That's a no-brainer for me. But knowing Python is useful, and some problems you can code in Python, but you should switch to C++. If you think about fighting for advancing to the finals, or in the finals to fight for big places, I mean high places. Binary search, sorting. What else we learn early on? Here in implementation, it's like while loops, ifs, and so on, but I will not list that. What do you even learn so early? Generally, we have dynamic programming. Dynamic programming doesn't require binary search or sorting. That's a nice thing. I want to put that on a map later, on a drawing. And in case somebody new appears, I wanted to here write what we are doing right now, but I guess by this word it's easy to understand. Strings, but things like KMP or Z algorithm again are not important early on. Did you go to university? A few times. Yeah, I went to University of Warsaw, but I haven't finished. I don't have a degree. Greedy. I guess binary search is the... Is it the easiest algorithm there is? Like, not trivial one. Because in stuff like check if one string is a substring of the other, but do it in quadratic time, I would say that this is implementation. If you can just implement that with for loops and you don't have to know something earlier. You're welcome, Hamjack. What else do we have? I don't want to now look at, for example, Codeforces tags. I want to first try to figure that out myself, to put those categories, and then confront that with the numbers. Sieve, yeah, sieve is something that can be explained early. I think in my... it was one of the first algorithms I learned, sieve. I would put that before sorting. I don't know if that's a good idea. But in Poland, even before high school, in our gymnasium, I think we learned sieve. Or do we? I think it's an algorithm that you learn during maths, in math classes. On the other hand, that might depend on the country. Maybe I don't remember that correctly. This is a prime sieve. Is this the word? Sieve? Prime sieve. Yeah. And here first checking if a number is prime. This is checking if a number is prime is implementation, but then doing that in square root, this is some basic algorithm. So prime check in square root of them. What else do we have? Geometry, but I would put that very late. Greedy is a general problem. Well, we also have ad hoc. This is very general as well. Let's start sorting that. I will put geometry very, very late. It can only scare people. And I never liked strings. I also would put that late. It's something that you can learn, so you can apply KMP, but you will not use that in other categories. Well, those categories, they intersect each other, I would say. These two are separate. Graphs, we have graphs. This is a bit abstract concept for young people, maybe. The fact that you have to check if a number is prime, this is something that is very able to understand, like to understand what you should do. Explaining graphs maybe is harder for very beginners, of course. We're talking about someone who starts and they possibly are like 13 years old. I don't want to just here talk about my experience. It was easy for me to start with algorithms because I was very, very good in maths. And it was easy for me to understand informatics. Still, it took me a long time. It took me several years to get to the finals of our national Olympiad. I'm quite good, but I'm not some crazy prodigy. Now what about the order of that? Dynamic programming. Fibonacci numbers are quite easy, right? So Fibonacci numbers, but then knapsack is already a bit harder. What else is there? One-dimensional arrays are. It's good to first work only with one-dimensional arrays. This is what I'm saying. Greedy and ad hoc. This is hard to categorize. Hello, Chandan. Graphs. The basic stuff for graphs are BFS and DFS, right? And also just like graph representation, BFS, DFS. These are basics. Is there something basic in dynamic programming apart from Fibonacci numbers? Not sure. Prime sif, prime check in of s squared of n. Greedy sorting. So let's move sorting later. This is a good example of an algorithm like to explain merge sort, but it's complicated. I think Fibonacci numbers are easier. And these are for now basic topics and categories. Now what are the harder ones? We have data structures, segment trees. Is there something else that is really important? Well, sets. This is already here. I would put data structures that are there in C++ or just your language. Data structures, sets, vectors and sets. Or is it in implementation? Yeah, it is. Vectors and sets. Here segment trees. Add segment trees, please. Yep, done. There is, of course, by the way, some delay. When I stream something, there will be a delay like 5 to 10 seconds when you see it. When you write a comment, I will immediately see it, but you will see my response only after, or hear my response only after several seconds because of that streaming delay. Data structures, segment trees, I guess, are most important. Square root decomposition, is it data structure? Maybe. Square root decomposition. I like to explain segment trees by explaining first square root decomposition. In graphs, here trees, tree DP. So dynamic programming on tree. What is then more advanced stuff? Longest common subsequence or longest increasing subsequence. This is the same thing. No, not really the same thing. Let's put that as two separate things. How to win Topcoder Open. You must be very good. How to practice for it. Solve problems. Should we read codes? Yes, you should read codes. Union find disjoint sets. Okay. Now, is it in basic categories or not? But for sure, union find. I call that find and union usually. Find and union. Game theory. Yep. Then maybe geometry shouldn't be here at all. Yeah, I wouldn't teach a person that is like 15 years old about convex hulls. This is a rare topic. It's better to really well understand other basic stuff, how to use language, some simple algorithms, and then jump to something abstract, I would say. Maybe it's not abstract, but if you are talking about dot vector or like scalar product, stuff like that, you would just say to that kid, assume that this works. You can check if one vector is on the left from the other. The concept of vectors is only explained in the university, so I think it's stupid to explain that early on. Well, maybe, what about geometry? Distance between 2 points. This is okay. Cross product, convex hull. Here, KMP, Z algorithm, some other stuff. Of course, here Grandi, NIM, Grandi. 3DP, yeah. Matrix exponentation. Good point. But this is already something that requires matrices and understanding them. Is it how to write it? Matrix exponentation. That's a hard word. Are you ever going to stop answering questions like how should I get started? Yeah, I must write some frequently asked questions down and just say read that. Combinatorics. Good point. Combinatorics probability. And then also expected value. And that's harder. Divide and conquer. Let's move that here. Divide and conquer. DP optimizations. Greedy graphs. Okay, so harder graph algorithms. Graphs. LCA. Number theory. Yeah, greedy is written here. Number theory. In graphs, there are strongly connected components, bridges, flows. Are you writing a book? No, I'm not, but maybe I will eventually. Dijkstra, maybe in easy algorithms, maybe not. Something in between. Dijkstra. Maybe I will eventually write a book, but for now I'm not going to. I'm searching for materials. I'm trying to create some good ones, both for like to make articles from that, and because this I said already in that stream about French IOI gathering materials, paying for like to work on that, and it will be available online. DSU. Can you make a video explaining the randomized algorithms like that explained in Radeusz's blog? Yeah, randomized algorithms. Algorithms. Yes, I can, but this is maybe even it's a good idea. Let me add that to... I have somewhere stream ideas. Actually, I have a lot of stream ideas. Plans, randomized algorithms. Also, after the finals of hash code after the finals, then reply, that was the code challenge. So I won a MacBook Pro recently in a contest. This was an optimization problem. I said that I would talk on YouTube about that. And also, I have a very good idea for a video. This will not be a stream, it will be a video. Well, how I cheated? No, not really. How much? Maybe it's a good idea. How I cheated in Google Kickstart. There was that guy that wrote to me that he's an organizer of Google Kickstart and he wants my help in testing the problems, but he said he will only show me problems just before a contest. Basically, he showed me them, like he said, go be there 10 minutes before a contest, then I will show you problems. They are easy, so you will be able to solve them quickly, and the testing system is not available earlier than that. Yeah, that was funny. I will make a like 10-minute video on that. Stars for stupid question. Are you selected for Google Hashcode 2019? Yes, I will go to the finals in Dublin, and this will be in 3 weeks, I think. Are your classes online? Nope, but you can learn from my YouTube videos. Try. Yeah, that's a good point. And this should not be... Oh, sorry. This should not be in bold. Try. How much you scored in Hashcode? Go to the leaderboard. We'll check for teams with Warsaw. We were the best team from Warsaw. I don't remember the name. I think it was Warsaw Unsubscribers. Yeah, that's the name. Just after the contest, with some hint from the Codeforces forum, I managed to improve our score greatly, and we were with that we would be top 1. Like we would win the elimination round. Have I graduated from university? No, I haven't. I don't know what is B+3. Binary search should be under divide and conquer. What? Of course not. Binary search is one of the first algorithms you learn. Divide and conquer, obviously not. Heavy light decomposition. Yeah, trace were here. Dijkstra, centroid decomposition, heavy light decomposition, so maybe trees, centroid decomposition, heavy light decomposition. They have something else here. DSU, I don't remember what DSU stands for, but this is that DFS that goes to smaller childs first, I guess. Find an union, LCA. Three DP, maybe bottom up DP. TwoSat. And for sure more geometry stuff. Or did I write that? Yeah, here, cross product convex. Yeah, this is important. Bit masks, yes, that's very important. Maybe it can be shown here. Bit masks. Where can I see this map after the stream? Eventually, in a few years, maybe in a year, it will be on some French website. Materials will be in English. Like the website will be international, but I don't know the address. Suffix arrays, yeah, general more string stuff. What I'm now researching and drawing, this is not meant to be just available online. It's okay if this is in a video on YouTube. But this will not be available in a document for you to go through. Min cut, yeah, I wrote flows, this is enough. Disjoint set union, okay, thanks. Prefix sum, okay, prefix sum can be early on. Is it dynamic programming? Maybe. Fenwick tree. Or BIT, binary index trees. Suffix arrays and plenty of other things. Persistent structures. Okay, now we gathered some examples. Let's go to... I didn't want to do that. I wanted to say code forces tags by popularity. Tags distribution. What was my strategy in hashcode? I will make a video on that after the finals. And I explained our strategy, like our algorithm in Codeforces comments under the blog about hashcode. Policy-based data structures. Yeah, that's important. Policy. Interactive. Makes sense. Yeah, it's important to at least talk about that. But usually not a separate, like, I'm not sure if it's a separate category of algorithms. You apply the same algorithm that you do in other problems. Okay, implementation, DP, maths. Do I have maths? I have number theory. Maths. Let's say maths, number theory, and that. Hard to say if this is one category. How can I improve bottom-up DP? Try to solve problems bottom-up. Interactive problems are binary search problems most of the time. That's true. Yeah, 90% of time interactive problem uses binary search. Greedy, brute force. This is just implementation. Data structures, constructive algorithms. Data structures, DFS and similar, sortings, binary search, graphs, trees, strings, number theory, geometry, combinatorics, 2 pointers. 2 pointers, sliding window. Bitmax, probabilities, shortest paths. More stuff on graphs. Where do I have graphs? Dijkstrand, well, other stuff. Floyd Warshall, there, Johnson, there are a few of them. Hashing. Yeah, that's important. Not only for strings. Divide and conquer, games. I had that. Game theory. Matrices, flows, string suffix, expression parsing. Matchings. maybe before flows. Matching flows. Ternary search. Meet in the middle, FFT. And in the middle, FFT. Japanese interactive problems are never about binary search. Okay, that's cool. But most of Japanese problems aren't available in English, I guess. Well, recently I translated from Russian to Polish, but this is easier for me than from Japanese, because I don't understand anything in Japanese. Chinese remainder theory. Okay. That's some list already. Can we now make that into a map? View. Hide all? Yeah. We have implementation. What happens then? Let's put that on the top. Do I need a title? It can be there. Implementation. How do I insert? Okay, I just write here. But I want that to be 20. The font size should be 20. Binary search. Why is it resetted to 20? What can I do? I can copy that, or that will be easier, and just move around. Prime SIF. Dynamic programming. Sorting. Later, of course, I will put some arrows here. Greedy. Ad hoc. Graphs. Maybe DP should be a big category, graphs as well. A lot of things will point from that. Geometry. Bitmax is just implementation. 2 pointers, sliding window. Okay, these were basic stuff. Here, data structures. How do I want to rearrange that? There will be also number theory category, or generally, let's say, maths. Maths is close to DP and geometry. Is there a word maths? Depends on the country. Here, so let's stick with maths. These are big categories. Let's put them in bold. And from them there will be arrows to other ones. Greedy is also a category, but not so big. Data structures. Yeah, data structures is also a category. Not related to DP, I would say. And we have strings. There will be a lot of other stuff. I think it's stupid that I do it in OneNote or just any other drawing program. There are programs to draw maps, I'm sure about that. Maybe I just want to get some general ugly looking map. Graphs to pointer strings. Let's put data structures in the middle. A lot of stuff requires that. Okay, makes sense. And now smaller stuff. So from binary search we get later ternary search. I will put an arrow eventually. I'm not sure how to make that nicely. DP greedy to pointers. Is there something else? From implementation I could make arrows to everything, but it doesn't make much sense. Longest increasing subsequence. This is both data structures and DP. So we have longest increasing subsequence that I will put here. Longest common subsequence. This is for sure DP. Interactive problems. Not sure where to put them. Interactive, policy-based data structures, number theory. This becomes ugly. I don't like what I'm doing here. They are data structures. I can think of some simple techniques that you can show to beginners. Window sliding, prefix sum, etc. I can see them appear sometimes div2 and a recent Google Kickstarter note. Yeah, so window sliding is 2 pointers. Prefix sum is DP. Quite easy one. Did I put that here? Where is prefix sum? I put that in the dynamic programming. They are data structures as they are about queries and stuff. Maybe. Difference array, binary lifting maybe. Okay, let's put that on list of topics. Here, maybe ideas for topics. Difference array. I understand that difference array is where you care about the difference between every two adjacent elements. Binary lifting. Median of two sorted arrays. Well, this is just an algorithm. This is not a topic. Or is it worth it? An algorithm that is able to solve one problem. I'm not going to put single problems here, I guess. FFT is maths related. Chinese reminder theorem. Meet in the middle. Let's put it here. Meet in the middle. Expression parsing, this is strings, if anything. Constructive algorithms, again something unusual here. Strings, suffix, arrays. TOSAT, this is graphs. Proofing. Ignore. TOSAT is graphs. Trees, bottom up, a lot of stuff on trees. So let's put trees as a category here related to graphs. And yeah, there are a lot of stuff about that. Try. Try is a connection of tree and strings. Let's put that here. Maybe trees are more related to strings. Randomized algorithms, again something just doesn't really match other stuff. Maybe maths. Randomized algo. Graphs, yeah, there are a lot of graphs. DP optimizations, let's put it here. DP optimizations. Divide and conquer. Was it wrong here? Ignore. Matrix. This is math, maybe. Geometry, strings, hashes. Yeah, hashes are very important. It's a connection of strings and maths. Let's call that hashing. Trips, order statistic trips and stuffs. Yeah, trips, it's a part of trips and generally BST, stuff like that. This is data structures. Gaussian elimination, yep, this is important. And this will be maths. Let's call that Gauss. And a lot of other stuff. But well, we're starting to get some. Yeah, we have also game theory. This is a separate category. We are getting somewhere, maybe, at least. Point in union, number theory, maths. Yeah, I could put more of that on the map, but then it will be harder to read and understand. One moment. I must do something private here. Can I publish that Google Doc? No, I can't. And I said that this is not really something that I want to publish. It's okay if this is in a video, but I'm working here. I'm doing a job here. Check out competitive programming algorithms. Yeah, Emacs. I will check out Emacs later to see what I'm missing. Emacs has a lot of harder algorithms. Maybe you can do a weekly giveaway of looking for a challenge. But I don't have those books. I have one. I'm not going to give that away. Can I publish that Google Doc? Yeah, I answered that. I just forgot to do something in the morning and I must do it now. Hello, Sparky. Now, what do I gain by creating this map? That would be a good question. Well, now I will check that list of topics that is there is already in that thing I'm working on, and I will see what is missing. And if there is something missing, I can add that and create some description, look for problems about that topic. Okay, I'm back. When will you discuss competitive programming? I don't understand your question. Abudia, sorry. Okay, so we have some list of ideas. Of course, there are a lot more of them. Now let me see what I have here on that sorted list of topics. It's loading. There's stuff like, for example, subset enumeration, recursion, permutations. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff for sure I skipped, especially in the implementation part. Indeed, permutations should be explained to someone, right? People just don't just know what a permutation is. What else do we have? Let me look at some random thing from the middle. Maths, combinatorics, counting, inclusion, exclusion principle. Proofs, so how to prove stuff like by bijection. Recurrence relations, arithmetic, modulo. We have recursion. Sliding window. I'm sure there is something that I have on my list and they don't. Generally, let's talk English in the chat. Insane asked, "Hi, do you want to create tutorials about how to prepare for the second stage of National Olympiad? Regards, this year's second stage attendant." Well, for now I'm not doing any videos in Polish, and maybe I will eventually, especially because I created that bytem.pl website, so I want to attract more people in Poland. But generally, how to prepare for anything is just solve problems, learn new algorithm, go solve old problems from the same contest. This way you will know what topics can appear. For now, I can't tell you nothing more than that because there's no more magic to that, just solve problems. Can I learn all these topics in 1 or 2 years? Yeah, I guess so. But don't expect that you will be very, very good in them after 1 year. Generally, you must spend several thousand hours to be very good in something. I guess the general rule that people agree on is that you must spend 10,000 hours on something to master it. I think that including thinking about problems, not being at the computer, I did spend 10,000 hours on programming and algorithms, but I'm not sure about it. I'm sure it's at least 5,000 hours. But 10,000, maybe. If not, then it will be 10,000 in maybe 2 years. Graphs on grids. Yeah, there is that thing that a grid can be represented as a graph, and then also it's a bipartite graph, bipartite, the one on which you can run bipartite matching. BFS. Again, let me just check something from the middle. Line sweep for geometry. That seems important. Both like sorting points by x or by angle. So here we have angular sweep. Rooted trees, yeah, trees can be rooted, can be not rooted. Dynamic programming on trees, bipartite graphs. Coloring of graphs. Data structures, BFS, DFS. Different kinds of heaps. How do you know? There is that technique that is called, in Polish at least, smaller to larger technique or principle, where if you want to merge two structures, two sets, something like that, if you always take smaller one and you put it into larger one, and then smaller one becomes empty, the total complexity will be n log n. What is the name of this technique? Here I see word amortized melding technique or small merge. I would say that this is small to large, smaller to bigger technique. Does somebody here know a different name? Okay. This stream is a bit chaotic because I'm just starting that job of researching algos for them, and I'm not sure what exactly I should do. Priority queue? Is it to me? Priority queue. What I'm talking about is for sure not priority queue. Heavy light. Maybe? But this is not about heavy light decomposition. This is about that merge thing. Shortest path faster algorithm, SPFA. Yep, I don't even know that, but I know it exists. LCA, binary lifting. Well, for LCA I would explain with binary lifting. This is the method I know. What is sparse table? Oh, I thought that sparse table is called KMR, or is it sparse table? KMR algorithm. Algorithm Karp-Miller-Rosenberg. Maybe only in Poland we know that as KMR. Sparse table. Yeah, I guess that I didn't know a correct name. This is a sparse table. It's a structure where you have n log n preprocessing and that much memory, but then you can answer queries about minimum in interval in constant time, where for every segment that has size power of 2, you know its minimum, and then you can answer a question just seeing two minima. Okay, so this is called sparse table, good to know. Hello, I joined just now, is it good to go? Well, you can always join. I'm now listing categories in algorithms and in competitive programmer. Again, one moment, I must do something. Okay, sorry for that. So we have sparse table. Where is my map? Here it is. What else? Segment trees, link cut, some graph algorithms, A star, bitwise OR, yeah, and generally bitwise operators. Let's see, competitive programmer's handbook. Let's see what categories are here. Where is PDF? Here. Let's just go through the contents. This one is just focused on competitive programming. Arrange queries, bit manipulation. Second chapter is graphs and everything on graphs. Bad thing about books in general, also about Corman's, because by the way, I've read the Corman's Introduction to Algorithm in high school, is that it's hard to say what you should read and what you can skip. For example, here, let's see, in graph algorithms, I'm sure that there are some that are too hard and they are unnecessary. In what is here? Maybe for spanning trees, one algorithm is enough to know, but then there is, what is there? 2SAT maybe is a bit more advanced. For example, if later we have primes and factors, modular arithmetic, this is something basic. You should learn that early on. And flows is something that you can skip for a long time, at least in my opinion. It's bad to just go through this book chapter by chapter, because you can be stuck at flows and you'll spend a lot of time until you understand that well, while later here are some easier things. Then in combinatorics, hard to say how easy it is for somebody who doesn't know probability. Matrices, probability, game theory, string algorithms, square root algorithms. I would say that square root algorithms are easy. They're much easier than I don't know, KMP, Burnsides, Cayley's. Now segment trees revisited with lazy propagation, geometry, sweep line. Okay. Let's go now to Emacs in English. I always forget the name, CP algorithms, and see there. By the way, I want to prepare also during this boring stream. I want to prepare for today's classes. I give classes in high school in Warsaw, preparing for Olympiad. I need to find some topic for them. Let's see. Is there something that I can explain to them and that they don't know? Geometry, combinatorics, maybe something in combinatorics? Balanced bracket sequences. This is, by the way, very common topic in combinatorics. Like analyzing strings that have opening and ending brackets, and we say that this is balanced if something. But I doubt it will be useful for them. Some string algorithms. This is a bad choice for me because I'm not good in strings. Divide and conquer, dynamic programming. I think I explained that to them. Dynamic programming on broken profile. Maybe I can talk about that. Problem description. Given a grid of size n times m, find the number of ways to fill the grid with figures of size 2 times 1. So domino pieces, 2 times 1. No cell should be left unfilled and figures should not overlap each other. And then you should go with, either you can go column by column and to just remember which cells are taken in the last column, or better, this is called apparently broken profile. You can go with, don't know a proper word in English for that. When you have a grid, you can go with DP where processed cells are like that, like let's say up to this moment. Let's say you already know everything about those cells, and now everything in red, you must remember its state. This is that broken profile. Then so for every red cell you know whether it's taken already or not, and now you take the next cell, this one, and you decide whether you should put a horizontal or vertical domino that has this cell and one of red ones. And for example, if the red cell on the left is not taken, you can put this domino piece. And that would move from, if now you remember these 5 cells, the number of remembered cells is always equal to the height of the grid. If this was previously remembered, then you can, after considering this new cell, black one, you can forget this one. And all the time, this is the state of DP, a shape like that. There are h cells, so there are 2 power h possible states, which cells are taken and which are not, and then you just take the next cell. The total complexity is 2h for the number of states every time, and you must add every next cell, and there are the h times w of them. This is the technique. Maybe I will cover that on the lesson. Here they say state of the last row of the current grid. Do they? I don't think they do that efficiently. Here they just said that mask is the state of the last row of current grid. This is not optimal. Let's see what they do. For every x, what do they do? They have x, y, mask, next mask. They iterate over every possible next mask. Okay, so this is suboptimal. I think they will get at least 3 to the h complexity, maybe 4. With recursion, they iterate over every possible next mask. And they add row by row, what is suboptimal. This is not broken file. You mean not broken profile? They didn't even write down the complexity, what is a bad thing. Is there a link to Russian version? Nope, I don't see it. Let's make sure that I understand that correctly. What is x? I represents number of rows in the current grid. And mask is the state of the last row of current grid. Yep, so they go row by row, and here they iterate over masks. What's the meaning of DP on broken profile? I explained on a drawing, I think at least. Here they do that. Do they run anything recursively here? They run calc on the same x and the same mask. They don't change anything. So what they do is they remember the state of the last column. For example, maybe this cell is taken and also this too, because maybe here there was a vertical domino and here there was a horizontal one. Now they want to add, they want to go through the next to the next column. Okay, somebody posted a link. Thank you, Alderer. It's the same thing. There's nothing more written here. And they don't say what the complexity is. Okay, thank you anyway. they recursively iterate over every possible next mask. Y means cell, I guess. So, and they, for example, we know that can they also put can they put both horizontal and vertical pieces? Let's see. Here they forbid that mask and my mask have any common bit. Here they forbid that mask and my mask shifted by 1 can't have common bits. Why? Maybe what is my mask? My mask is this. Let me read the problem again. Can we rotate the figures? I guess not, and this is why this means they mark that one cell is taken. Maybe not. Oh, my mask is just the y-th bit. So here they have y plus 1th bit, and that's it. So in some very stupid way they said mask can have y-th bit and y plus 1th bit. That's a bit hard to understand. Still, it will be slower than 2 to the n, and my solutions is faster. Yeah, so I guess I will explain that today during a lesson, and let me also find some other topic to talk about. Finding the largest zero submatrix. Yeah, that's an interesting problem. But it's quite hard to do that without extra log. I don't think it's very useful. It's just one problem. This is n times 4 to the m. You might be wrong here. Trivially, it's 4 to the m, but if we forbid that two consecutive masks have some common bit or something like that, then it often becomes 3 to the m. I'm not sure about that here because I don't even know what the problem is. Does it mean we can put both horizontal and vertical figures? And this is not well written. One moment. Yeah, I ordered how is it called? Something to sit on. Let me Google that. And it was broken when it arrived, so I had to send it back, and then there are some issues with that. Yeah, this is the thing. Something like that. It's called pufa in Polish. I don't know, like some bag, like a soft bag to sit on. I think it's very convenient, for example, to play on PlayStation. And Yeah, I got a broken one. Hello chat, hello Mr. Coco. I have that broken profile thing. Randomized heap, square tree, sparse table. Montgomery multiplication. Let's see what that is, because I don't know myself. I don't really want to cover number theory. Number of divisors, Euler torsion function. What about maybe Euler tours? Eulerian path. This is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Euler's tour in a tree. Yeah, this is not what I'm looking for. Cut forces, Euler, tour tree. Okay, now this is what I want to check out. Too long didn't read. Is it possible to construct an Euler tour tree which supports LCA, subtree sum, and rerouting? Let's read that. And let me read the message just on my laptop. Okay, now if I refresh, this should be 11 again. Okay, let's check out this Euler tour tree. It is a method for representing a rooted undirected tree as a number sequence. Several common ways to build this representation. I want to discuss if we can build an algorithm which contains benefits from each of the methods. Maybe this post also could be a tutorial for beginners. Okay, so this is defined also in Wikipedia. What does happen here? 1, 2, 2, 3. Oh, we write down edges. So we go from 1 to 2, then to 3, 3, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2, 1, 1, 5, and back. The second way is to store vertices. Each vertex is added to the array twice, when we descend into it and when we leave it. Yeah, I also know and use this method. So each vertex will have some pre-order time and post-order time, and interval between them contains all the vertices below that. Third way implies storing vertices too. But now each vertex is added every time when we visit it. It's strange that here some vertices will appear multiple times. Further, all Euler, how is it called? Euler tour trees. Euler entities are stored in a Cartesian trip, unless others explicitly stated. First and last are positions of first and last occurrence of vertex v in the array. In method 2 and 3. How these representations can be used. First, you should notice that a subtree is always mapped to a segment. Yep. Thus, you can solve subtree queries via segment queries. For example, if you want to add values to nodes and subtree sum, you just make a tree on a second type tour. Yes, because every vertex is strictly inside the segment represented by some higher vertex. Like here, vertex 2 is represented by this segment in the sequence, while vertex 3 is that is below 2 is just here inside. So if you add here plus x when you want to add to this vertex, then answering for the sub-tree sum in 1, you can, the 3 will be inside indeed. Add vx becomes that, and get sum becomes that. There's also a trick to compute sum on path. Add vx becomes this in BAT. Let me think a moment without understanding this, how I would do sum of path. By the way, I recommend that when you learn new stuff, when some method is suggested, presented, and they say this will allow you to do that type of query. You can of course read the thing and then try to understand what they say, but it's better if I see here there is also a trick to compute sum on path. I can think, okay, how I would do it myself. If I figure that out myself first, I will understand that better, and in the future I will just remember that better, because I understand it. Not only I learned it, I understood it well. I do recommend that. Let me think. I guess this will be easy, because I used something similar in the past. Let's think. We have what queries for the sum on a path. There's also a trick to compute sum on a path. So I guess we change value in a vertex, let's say here, and then we ask about a path, like this one. Maybe this will be better. So this is a query about the sum on a path. Every query can be split into two parts, where each part just goes from one vertex to some other vertex, like going only up. Let's say that here we have one more vertex. So now why can't I just, when this vertex to which I add is represented by let's say it appears here and there, in the subtree problem we would just add x here. The issue is that then what I want to do for the path query, well, I guess I should in this vertex take the sum represented by this segment, but this would also count other vertices, so that's bad. What to do then? I want to add x to this vertex and then be able to answer a query about a red path. The trivial version to just add in this position works for subtrees, not for paths. When I will have a query, it will be represented by two vertices, this one and this one. So the answer will likely be the difference, the answer for that vertex minus the answer here, or maybe something more complicated. In the sequence, the top vertex will be represented by some segment. This one will be represented by some smaller segment, and the things on the path are those that are in between. Like this is, blue ones are here, between them. Let's remove that. this is for, let's focus on query about path to the root. This is only described by this vertex, the red one here, that its segment is here, and we only want to know what is the sum of values in segments that completely contain this segment. So those that we don't count are those that are, for example, here. Maybe let's choose a different color for that. Other vertex in the subtree are those that are completely on the left and completely on the right. So what I want to do is to say that here, for this query, adding plus x here, plus x, I want to add plus x here, and minus x here. Then I also don't want to count those. And I want to say this is the sum, and there is no interval like that. No two intervals intersect like that. One must contain the other, or they are separate. And this will be just the sum of values up to this point. If a segment is completely on the left, it will get plus y here, minus y here, so it will be cancelled to 0. And only those light blue intervals will be counted. Let's see if their description is the same. Add vx becomes add in first x, in last minus x, and then get sum on path from root v, it's get sum up to first v. Yep. You can check that it works using pencil and paper. So thanks to the fact that I figured that out myself, now I understand that better. You can also use ETT for finding LCA. Use the third type. The third type was the one where we store every occurrence of a number. Again, let's figure that out. How to use ETT here. For two vertices, I'm looking for somebody that contains them both. So he must contain them. If A is in several places here, and B is in several places there, I'm looking for the first, like the closest C, such that it's both here and there, and it will be somewhere in between, if I'm correct. Because when C is here, we'll go from C somewhere there, there will be A here, then we'll go back to C, we'll record that again, and then go to the other subtree where B is. Possibly C will be multiple times here if there are more subtrees. And then C will be again here multiple times. It doesn't matter, I guess. How to find LCA? This should be in this interval, or just maybe this interval. But I think this is safer. In this interval, vertex with smaller depth. Everything visited in this interval is inside this subtree, where C is LCA. So this should be the one with smallest depth. Let's see if they have the same thing. Make an additional array h where h of I is the height, then LCA is v of argmin of that. Why? Yeah. So we do exactly what I said. Sometimes I prefer this method to binary accent. As I don't think this is a correct word, but I understand that this is that binary lifting. Not sure if translated correctly. Because it proved to be faster, it consumes linear memory. Yeah. Linear memory? Maybe I'm not thinking about the same thing. Binary lifting that I know works in nlog n. It has memory jump pointers. So maybe this is some different method. Maybe this is offline. There is also offline methods for LCA that are fast, but it's very inconvenient. The fact that a subtree maps to a segment gives us more benefits. With the first and third approach, you can reroute the tree simply rotating the array. I guess so. You may avoid some pain in the neck with the third approach if you do not store last number for the root. Thus, vertex v will have exactly deck of v occurrences. You can also perform link cut operations, simply cutting the segment from the array. It is done quite straightforward when you store edges, and with vertices you should carefully deal with duplicating of the subtree's former ancestor. However, although these simple structures proved to be powerful enough, I have some open questions. Can you simultaneously reroute L-tree and query LCA? Blah blah blah. Can someone? It's binary lifting. Yeah, but binary lifting is nlog n memory. Let's see some problems on that. He invited the new year tree is an undirected tree with n vertices and root in vertex 1. You should process the queries of the two types. Change the colors of all vertices in the subtree of the vertex v to the color C. Find the number of different colors in the subtree of the vertex v. And the colors are up to 60, so we can use bit sets or just anything else. Change the colors of all vertices in the subtree of v to C. Find the number of different colors in the subtree of the vertex v. So some interval is changed to some color, and also find the number of different colors in some subtree. So in interval, what is easy with a segment tree. If we write down every vertex in that Euler tree order, then we build segment tree over that. In every vertex we store a bit mask that says what colors are there. And this will be number of size 2 to the 60. Should be easy. Let's see if the tutorial says the same thing. Yep, and the complexity is nlog n. What do you think about code signal? I don't know what that is. I don't know that. So I will not give you opinion. I see it's for practicing interviews, but I haven't used it. Same as code forces, worth trying. I think it's completely different. Code forces is for competitive programming. Code signal looks like coding interviews. So what do I have on code signal? What can I do here? I'm not a company that wants to hire people, You can log in with Google Plus and check out the programming problems. Well, I don't want to log in. I don't use Google Plus to be honest. Isn't Google Plus closed? If a website doesn't allow me to access its problems, this is a trade-off for platforms. I think Hacker Earth also does it, and I don't like that. I understand that it's good to require people to sign in to access anything, because then more people will create accounts and will get mails, will get back there. But on the other hand, some people will just say, I don't care, and will not create accounts. So it's... I haven't heard about that so far, so I don't see why they would have nice problems. And it looks like coding interviews mainly. So if there is some advantage of that over lead code and other platforms, then maybe. We have quite long code, maybe not so long. I guess the segment tree implementation is long. Paint, yeah, because they created separate functions for that. They did everything recursively. Push. Oh, because we need lazy propagation. Yes, we do, indeed. But these two functions for sure could be done with one function. Okay, so this was one problem. Let's see the other. Given a tree, each node has a positive number written on it. This integer denotes the value of the node. You have to process Q queries. Report the closest two values in the unique path from X to Y. That is, compute the minimum of absolute difference between two values in the path. Second, report the furthest two values in the unique path, blah blah. So the values with biggest difference. And there are no queries that change anything. N is very small, 35,000. So n square root of enter would be fine too. One moment again. Okay, can I do it with that Euler tour tree or maybe something else? This looks like heavy light decomposition a bit because it's for paths, but it would be hard to merge paths. What can we do? There is some tree. And now there will be queries about intervals. First of all, let's solve that for a line. So what if everything is a tree is just a line? In particular, I must be able to solve that. Then it means I'm given a sequence of numbers and queries are for this interval, say which two values are closest to each other. How to do that? I can It doesn't look easy. Well, the furthest values are just minimum and maximum. So this part is easy. Let's say we can answer for the minimum and the maximum in the path. Subtasks. Only type F queries are present. What is type F? Oh, this is F. Yeah, so this is easy subtask, but this is the real one. Find two closest values. How to do that? With some pre-processing. Maybe we should process all the queries offline. If I build a segment tree and I have information about some segment that has a size power of 2, and then I want to merge that with the other segment, it will be very hard. I must do it at least in linear time to find the closest value. I don't know how to do it. So, and will there be editorial? Yes, there is. So let's see the editorial. Most algorithm. Make a blog post video on palindromic tree. The question is, are there already some good materials on that? In plans I have randomized algorithms, maybe, and that I'm already behind with previous stuff, like talking about Kickstart, talking about reply code, then soon hash code will be there. For lectures, I have a lot of lectures that are already, I know what I want to talk about. It's just a little bit of research to find problems, and then I must find time to record that. So I think right now I don't need more suggestions. I just need more time to do that. Apply Mohs algorithm. Okay. Let's Mohs algorithm. I can sort in some special way. I can sort queries. Then if I have this interval, I must be able to move to some other interval, like the black one, and still know the answer. If I... Okay. What about this? If I want to just expand, then I can store stuff in set. I can store a set of values, and so I will have set S and also the answer, like the minimum of that mean. Mean value. Now when a new number comes, so I expand by 1, so this is the new value, then I insert that to a set, and I take the next smaller and next bigger value in set, and I update the minimum. Each operation in logarithmic time. So I can in log I can expand the set. Now what will be the whole algorithm? for still this is just for a sequence. Split into buckets of size square root. Now I want to process all the queries that have the beginning somewhere here. I will sort them by the endpoint, so the order will be first, second, third. I will move with a set, let's say this is a blood set that starts here. First I will reach that, then I will expand to this set and then the third one. Once I reach this, for a moment I want to add these values here, the green ones, and then go back. Here, green ones. Then go back. Since this size is square root of n, per every segment I will do at most O of square root of n, these extra operations. And also in total to the right with blue, I will move at least n. This is at least n. And this makes the total complexity O of n square root of n times log for a sequence. Maybe log could be put under square root. Let's think. If b is size of bucket, then green part is b times log, while here blue part is what? N to the right, and I repeat that the number of times that is equal to the number of buckets, what is n divided by b. And sadly this means that log will not be under the square root. I'm talking about the fact that sometimes you can get the complexity to be n times square root of n times log n, which is faster, slightly faster. But here it's not the case, so we can't use that. Okay, that was for a sequence. Can I do the same for a tree? I can do that Euler tool tree that was able to do something with paths. How will that go? Because in general we can do Mohs algorithm on a tree, if I remember correctly. I don't know if Euler tool tree is used here. Let's read for a moment. Quick explanation. Linearize the tree by doing a DFS traversal of the tree. Each node will appear twice in the linearist array. Now apply Mohs algorithm to sort the queries in a desired order. While expanding or contracting the window, we can check the number of times the node has been seen in this window and correspondingly add or subtract 1 in the particular position on the segment tree. The segment tree just needs to report the maximum difference between any two adjacent on values. The maximum? I thought it's minimum. How can I improve my programming skills? Practice. Segment tree just needs to report the maximum difference. Segment tree, by the way, is here very similar to the set. Actually, segment tree can do removals, but it's then a bit more complicated to code. Complexity will be q square root of n log n. Yep. Note, the constraints were such that some brute force solutions passed during the contest, although we had done some testing to ensure that it doesn't. We had no option but to make the time limit very strict at 3.5 seconds in order to cut out the brute force solutions. Note that solutions using sets might not pass, as sets and multisets have a large constant factor. We deeply regret any inconvenience it caused. Well, we had no option but to make time limit very strict. Sometimes the option is to not use a problem. often you can't use problem that has complexity n squared n times log, because it's very close in running time to brute force in n squared. That's bad. If the complexity is indeed q times square root of n, then what you should do is you should create very big, you should make n very big to better distinguish q times n from this complexity. So you could do q to be 10,000 and n being 1 million. The complexity would still be fine and brute force wouldn't pass. On the other hand, then only some vertices, if the number of queries is low, then sometimes it makes sense to compress the tree, so it's not that easy. But you, as an author, you should either try to fix that and prevent the fact that brute forces will pass, or just don't use a problem. That's also a solution sometimes. It happened to me many times that I couldn't use a problem because I saw that I can't distinguish the intended solution from the brute force well enough. Also, it happened to me that brute forces did pass, and that happens. This looks very dangerous. Like 30,000 looks like n square, fast n square passing. My solution: C queries. Sort the vertices by value, look at differences given by pairs of vertices and distance up to 100. For each query, find the LCA, look at those 100 pairs first. Yeah, some stupid solution. This passes in less than 1 second. Seriously, after I solved the constraints, I told myself, what is the intended solution an optimized brute force? Setter's solution failed to pass if block size is equal to square root of n. Why the setter's panel changed the limit of a problem? And there are some people complaining, and I'm not surprised by that. Now let's see if I understand how to do that for a tree in general. For subtest, we can build an LCA like data structure pre-computing ancestors. Okay, and type C queries. For each query of the form this, do a dfs from node u and maintain a boolean array a such that what does it mean? A times equal 1. If there exists a node having value I on the path from u to the current node. Reaching node v. I must think to understand that. Let me grab something to eat, and then I will get back to the problem. So I will think about that for a moment outside the camera, and I will be back in 5 minutes. How to do that? Timer. Beautiful. Hello, Dark Vulgar, and sorry for now, a break. See you guys in 5 minutes. I'm back. I must remember to more often do some stretches and generally stand from a computer, because it's just healthy to do so. Maybe at one point I will buy myself an adjustable table to be able to lift it up, and for like an hour a day stand in front of a computer instead of sitting, because it's healthy. I spent a lot of time in front of a computer, so obviously I'm worried about my spine, about my neck in the future. Okay, we had that problem that we can already solve for a sequence, but now we must do it for a tree. Here they had some special stuff, like Boolean array such that blah, I don't understand that. Maybe first, most algorithm on tree. This is not HTTP. How is it called? HTTPS. Handling separate queries. You will be given a routed tree. Each node is associated with a value. You need to handle q queries, each comprising one integer u. Each query must report the number of distinct values in the subtree rooted at u. That doesn't sound like most algorithm. You can also solve this in log square by maintaining a set in each node and merging the smaller set into the larger one. Yeah, so this was my first thought, but I agree that we can do that with most algorithm. For every subtree, we want to know how many different values are in this subtree. Then indeed we can do the Euler tree. Euler tree. How to call it? Well, Euler tour on this tree, and then every subtree is an interval. After first compressing values from this interval 1 to billion to 1 to n, then indeed most algorithm will work here in n square root of n. Now handling path queries, this is harder. Compute the number of distinct values in the unique path from u to v. Okay, so if they recommend to pause here and try solving the problem for a while, let's do that. We are given a tree with some values and vertices. For queries that are about some paths, we want to know how many different values are in some path. Let's again focus on paths that go just from some place up to some position. what happens when we write down the ETT. If every vertex becomes an interval, here some of its child is one child is here, then some other child here, and so on, then what happens? How to represent a path, like a path from here to there. This will be a sequence of intervals, each inside the other. It looks like here we we insert to the set the value. So here we do plus x, where this means add x to the set. Here we remove x. Then when we go in this way and we are at some position, we will have in the set all the values that are represented by longer segments. So this way I can do from this, I can get a path from this vertex to the root. But I want to only get a path from this vertex to some other vertex, what will be represented as a segment. That segment will be what? I guess it will be represented by some segment here. Let's mark that with green, just like this segment. So this is A, this is B, let's say. A will be represented by some long segment, B will be represented by some short segment. What do I do now? I want to care about the set that I get in this interval in between. Does it make any sense? I think it does. There are no intervals that end here and start somewhere on the left. In all these problems, no two intervals intersect other than those where one interval contains the other. So I think here every interval is inside this segment, or there can also be intervals like that we want to count. There will be those that we'll add an element and remove that. There will be those, so we will not touch them at all. Everything seems fine, and those are forbidden. I think that should work. Let's see. Modified DFS order. They do something more complicated. Let note you have k children. Let us number them like that. Let us u denote the subtree rooted at u. Let us assume that DFS will visit children in this order. Let x be any node in subtree of some child, and y any node in subtree of the other child. Notice that DFS of y will be called only after. Oh, because we don't necessarily have just paths like that. A path can go up and down again, like with green, like that. This is more complicated. Let's analyze that. So one vertex, one endpoint of the path is here, the other is here. Now, on the path between them, there are those vertices that their intervals contain one of them, like that. And that's it. And the first vertex that contains both. This is LCA. And now this one shouldn't be counted. This is vertex above LCA. So this is bad. If somebody is now joining, I'm doing Moss algorithm on trees, by the way. This is some square root algorithm, and you can make it work not only on sequences but also on trees. And now I'm figuring out how to do it for queries about paths in a tree. Okay, I guess we'll still think that this is plus x. So here means insert x, but also this is plus x. Maybe I should, this is not necessarily plus x, this means XOR x, like x means if you meet this vertex, if the set doesn't contain it, then insert this vertex, otherwise remove. Here we have some y. And I claim that we care about the XOR of elements here, the set XOR. If we go through this interval, every such element like that, we add to a set, unless it's already there, then we remove, because we don't want to have an interval like that. Plus, there is also that special LCA thing that we must remove, we must add to the set. I think that would work. Our query range would be from end to start of V plus that. Yep, so they add the LCA. Nice. Okay, and there is a problem on spoil. That's a very nice algorithm. I didn't know that. Yep. So once I know that, let's get back to the previous problem, the one from CodeChef. What we wanted to do, report the closest two values. Here I will maintain a segment tree over those values, and again I can turn something on or off, and it should be the same thing. Yep, okay. I feel smarter now. Close that. So on the classes today I will talk about those classes in Warsaw for high school. I will talk about the broken profile on a grid, plus the Euler tour trees and Moss algorithm on trees. Does it make sense? I guess so. Let me now check this uBlock origin thing. I wanted to do that earlier. What is this? Yeah, I didn't want to get that in Slovenian. uBlock origin. The benefits of ad blocking, blah blah. I searched for that because of Twitch ad. I don't even get money for that ad, so I don't care that it's displayed on my channel. Euler tour trees seem to be complicated. They are harder than linked trees that take time to digest and implement. What? No, I wouldn't say so. I think Euler tour trees is a relatively easy concept. You just say that you do DFS to get pre and post order times on every vertex, and then for a sequence you have a sequence of size to n, and every vertex in a tree is represented by some interval there. If a vertex is descendant of some other vertex, then its interval is strictly inside, and that's it. While linked, I think, is harder. What makes uBlock the best ad blocker? Okay, but on the other hand, I'm a bit used to adblock, so I don't know if I want to switch. And here there was easy pause. Let's try that. Where are you watching right now? YouTube, Twitch. Create account. I don't want to. Is it necessary? Yeah, I guess. And do I want to log in with Facebook or Google? Let's say Facebook. Okay, save. Where are you watching right now? And it's one question choice. Okay, let's try that. One more advantage of Twitch is that it works better with this restream tool. I first see a message being sent to Twitch and only then to YouTube. Or maybe it was blocked. Yeah, so I just wanted to see if it works. Indeed, it's quite easy, but if I stream only on Twitch or only on YouTube, there are tools that are built in, and people will just type 1 or 2, and this will be their vote. That's more convenient for people, rather than clicking and opening some other website. I have never implemented ETT, but looking at your suppose code, link and cut operations seem to be harder to implement. Well, link cut here will be just standard link cut. It's just something that you can add over ETT. Twitch is not available in some countries. It won't. In what countries? Maybe I can Google that. Twitch not available in what countries? Twitch banned in some countries. It's blocked in China, but is YouTube available in China? Is YouTube available in China? Yeah, it is. What did I do? Yeah, so here I have that uBlock. Maybe I will install that later to see how it works. But I guess the only thing that I want to prevent is the Twitch ad being shown when I open my own channel, because that's a bit stupid. Hey, have you read the whole Looking for a Challenge? No, I haven't. It's a series of problems. It isn't necessary to just read from start to beginning, from start to end. I've read some of that. Let's get back to this discussion. What do I want to do with streaming? Do I want to stream to both? Not really, but I want to be on Twitch so that new people would find me. Don't overthink it, the majority of new people will come from code forces anyway. Not really, and I think overthinking is fine. Like I need to decide something for the next months. This is important, I guess. I think if somebody uses code forces regularly and he will discover me, he would discover me already. I don't think many new people come from code forces. I was watching TCO finals on Twitch, had fewer than 100 viewers. Yeah, but 100 viewers is already a lot for something related to programming, right? You will not see something that is not entertainment and it's instead educational and only available for a small group of people. Not really small. There are, how many programmers are there? Let's estimate that the number of programmers in the world. In Poland, I guess it's 100,000. Makes sense. 1 in 400, so what? 10 million? Is it a good number? I think it's more. I think it's 30 million, let's say. How many programmers in the world? I was close. I said 30 million. There are 80 million. So this is a small group of people compared, for example, to people that can watch gaming. I'm watching on Twitch because of the video quality is better. Is it? I think it's right now both 1080p. It's 1080p both in YouTube and Twitch. And in Twitch it can change because I'm not an affiliate and they don't guarantee that I will have that 1080p. Right now it is. But in YouTube it should be 1080p all the time. So what are you talking about with this better quality. 99% of those programmers don't know what DFS is. Let's think about that. What do we have right now in Twitch programming category? Procedural generated galaxy map. Low level C++ open GL digging for bugs. A lot of people do somewhat like chatbots. People that create games. Oh, ICPC World Finals 2019. Dress rehearsal. Don't touch anything. Whoa, it's starting right now. And it's in Russian. I guess they are bigger on YouTube. Why is it in Russian? No, here we go. Oh, it's again starting. It's so frustrating there to wait for the start. It takes so long time. All the events there do. As I said, tomorrow I'm going to watch the finals with my friends and cheer for the University of Warsaw and other Polish teams. I think that Wrocław advanced, and that's it. I don't think the Jagiellonian University from Krakow are in the finals this year. Can you give me some problems to practice and provide slides after class or before class? There are thousands of problems to practice, whatever. Really, go to any platform. Slides after class or before class. If I had some slides, I would provide them. And right now, I'm not giving a class. This is boring stream is something that I want to do myself. And I just stream that. So sometimes it will be like answering comments on YouTube or Codeforces. I haven't done that today yet. Or just preparing for a YouTube video. This is not something that you should watch and will learn a lot. Of course, you will learn something because now I talked about most algorithm, but I learned that, not taught you that. Game dev, yeah, there's a lot of game dev in Twitch, I'm sure, in the programming section. I like you, man, but if you want viewers, you'll realize that if 10% of your time you play Fortnite, you get most viewers from that. No, thank you. I don't want to diversify. It's stupid. I don't care about the current number of viewers. I care about the number of people that will find me and they will be interested in what I'm doing. I want to reach everybody that could be interested in that. That's one thing. And the next thing is that maybe eventually I'll bring more people to competitive programming. But for that I need lectures on easy algorithms, starting from, I don't know, DFS and BFS. I haven't yet done that. Did you ever train with Tomek? Which Tomek? I know some Tomeks. I was never in a team with any Tomek. Tomek Idziaszek and Tomek Czajka are older than me, so I participated against them in some competitions, but I don't think I trained with them. What do they write in chat? What is CS LND? Warsaw for the win. By the way, it's not... You will see that during the dress rehearsal, many strong teams aren't at the top because it isn't so important to solve problems quickly, it's important to test things. We usually spend like half an hour just testing stuff, seeing what works. We also prepared to how to exactly... Oh, I see Warsaw coaches. It's also important to know what to do at the beginning of the contest, who opens problems, what software to open. So we practice during the testing round, the dress rehearsal, for the real contest. This is much more important than solving problems quickly. On the other hand, there is some price for solving the first problem during the dress rehearsal. But I think that it's stupid that there is such price. Tomek Czajka, Warsaw 2012 fourth finalist, who works in SpaceX. Yeah, so I know him, but he's older than me, so I didn't train with him. And I guess I competed in some contest against him. Right now, he's out of shape in competitive programming, so with many problems I would be faster than him. But in his prime, he was amazing, that's for sure. Did I comment here? I don't remember. I wanted to say Warsaw for the win. Oh, I said. He was in the last distributed code jam, I think. That's possible, I don't remember. Yeah, I have those problems. So if I keep streaming to both YouTube and Twitch, I will just have a lot of issues from time to time, like chat not working, or in the previous stream my computer or maybe internet connection stopped for 1 minute, and after that Twitch stopped working. Like I couldn't stream to Twitch. That would be easier to resolve if I only solved one platform, either Twitch or YouTube. Also, when stream stops, then on YouTube this is split into 2 videos. But maybe I will keep posting to both. Good afternoon, Errichto. Nice to see you again. Hello, Rohit. But I will soon finish the stream. For sure, I don't want to stream for more than 1 hour more. I think I will finish around 2 p.m. for me, so in half an hour. I saw him in the video along with Radeusz. Okay. Let me Google YouTube algorithm video diversity. I heard that it's bad to have videos of different types, even if they are unlisted or private. If you have something on your channel that is completely different from other stuff, it's bad. Could you please give some quick insight on how to solve this problem? Well, don't solve problems that don't have editorials. Let me take a quick look. Each vegetable disposes with 4 important attributes. We say that a vegetable is worse than another vegetable if all of its 4 attributes are greater. She wants to eliminate the list of vegetables, so only vegetables which are not worse than any other vegetables remains. For sure, you should start by solving this problem for 1 dimension, then 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions. Maybe create another channel just for streams. Maybe that's a good idea. Yeah, maybe Bartek's idea is good here. To create a channel like boring Errichto or Errichto streams for those boring streams. On the other hand, I really don't know why people would want to watch that, at least compared to standard stuff like short videos or lectures. It's not, I think it's not entertaining, and it's not so valuable in terms of learning new stuff. I'm not even trying to explain the, I don't know, the, how is it called, MOS algorithm to you. I just quickly said what it is about. But I wonder what is the audience here. Like, how many people are strong in competitive programming? How many people understand 100% of what I'm saying? Yeah, maybe the second channel for streams. On the other hand, I don't want to have tens of channels. It would be hard to manage. Maybe. I managed to get an algorithm until 3 attributes, but having a hard time to think about the fourth. When you want to go further around of competitive programming contest at any spot place. Oh, you mean when I advance to some further round of contest, can I make blog of that? What would you want to see on that blog? Pictures? There are pictures posted by organizers. Maybe channel for streams. It would make more sense if I had like millions of views and viewers. I don't know if it makes sense to make for 1,000 people. Of course, still this is nice number, but where did I hear about that fact that YouTube algorithm penalizes for diversified videos? I think it was in some YouTube video. Somebody from Google answered some questions. So let's YouTube employees reveal YouTube algorithm secrets. Let's check that. That second channel sounds nice, I think. I would put boring streams and absolvings there, maybe. Like anything that is not well organized. While lectures, something like AI bot and short videos would be on the main channel. This should be less chaotic. Okay, does sound work? No. Do I want you to hear the voice? I guess so. Why not?
And here's what's
1, 2, 3. Let's make that a bit like less loud, quieter. Tell me if audio is too high or low.
What's up? Brand new information has been revealed on the YouTube algorithm by YouTube employees, the actual employees that work on the algorithm. I've got all the juicy details coming up. TV. And to grow on YouTube, stake your claim and amplify your message by subscribing. Click on the bell notification and you'll... And recently, some of the Google engineers that work on the YouTube...
What about grouping videos in playlists? I always get lost when some person has several channels. I already do that. I group videos in playlists, but I'm talking about something different. I heard that YouTube algorithm, the one that decides what to suggest to people, he likes the fact that someone is consistent, so posts videos regularly, perfectly, very often, but also it's one type of videos. It's better to mix up like gaming videos with, maybe not with vlogs because still same people watch that, but it would be better, for example, I think, to combine gaming with programming, because this is meant for two groups of people. And similarly, if somebody likes my short videos on problems, but then he will click my boring stream and he will close after 5 minutes because he doesn't like that, it's boring, it's a bad thing for YouTube, for the channel. It will be less recommended. I should have listened more carefully. I see your point, yeah.
YouTube algorithm, they actually had an AMA and they encouraged viewers like you and me to ask questions about how the whole algorithm works.
Is the audio
and the first
fine?
question is about what is needed in order to publish a video that gets recommended more. What specific number threshold and or percentages does YouTube value require for a video to be recommended more? What should I be paying more attention to in my analytics to duplicate further success? And then Amy, a YouTube product manager, mentions this. There are no magic numbers of minutes or percentages our systems optimize for. More is better. As for the importance of absolute versus relative watch time, it varies by surface. Search, home, up next, etc. And it changes over time. Our advice would be to find a good balance. Use your audience retention reports in the YouTube analytics, and if you see viewers are abandoning at a certain point, try to figure out what in your video might have led to that. And if most viewers are watching the whole way through your video, you probably have room to experiment with longer form content. The thing that I always think about is we simply want to strive to improve our watch time metrics, specifically average view duration and or audience retention. And this next question, and obviously the answer is tremendous value. Check this out. Hello, over the last year, my channel's had nice growth on YouTube search, but gets less and less suggested videos. How can I improve my odds of being suggested? Thanks. And then Todd, a YouTube product manager, responds with, suggested videos are recommendations on the watch page that viewers may be interested in watching next. These videos are personalized recommendations based on the viewer's previous watches and videos that are topically related. Wow, super helpful, very clear. Check this out. At the end of your videos, make a strong call to action to encourage viewers to watch another video in your series. Avoid overlong endings that delay viewers from watching more. Consider using playlists, links, cards, and end screens to promote another video. Develop a series or show videos that are organically connected. I look at these questions and I'm so excited. It's so much valuable information. Here's our next question. What has changed in the algorithm and what tips do you have to get videos recommended? Do I work on the title more, the thumbnail, the tags? What do I need to focus on? Thanks. The algorithms change constantly based on billions of bits of audience feedback.
So far, nothing interesting and nothing, at least nothing new to me, and nothing related to the what I talked about with the consistency. What are your career plans? Are any near future goals, plans? Yeah, I've just started a company to give classes to people in Warsaw. I've already sent a link today in the chat. It's bytem.pl. It's a Polish website. So, but if you want to check it out. Other than that, I want to stay with algorithms, competitive programming, maybe bigger, there are more possibilities to make some business around coding interviews. So I'm also interested in that. Maybe in the long run, I will do something about it. Congratulations. What for? Or for the company. Thank you. But starting a company isn't something to congratulate for. It just means I did some paperwork, boring paperwork. Plus I created a website, and I don't know how to create websites. I just took some template. If I have a success there, then you can congratulate me. Let's get back to the video.
What doesn't change is our principles, which include delivering recommendations most likely to satisfy the audience and keeping them coming back to YouTube over the long term. Our algorithm listens to the audience, so we recommend that you do the same. Audience, audience, audience. And check this out. Thumbnails and titles are the primary source of information viewers see when deciding which videos to watch, and therefore have a lot of impact on how recommendation impressions convert to a view. Then the video itself has to deliver on the promise of the title and thumbnail to interest viewers in watching more videos from your channel. Once you convert a viewer to watch, make sure it's a great video they will enjoy. That last sentence is so incredibly important. Once you convert a viewer to watch, make sure it's a great video that they will enjoy. Viewers don't see tags, and we have found them to be of limited value in understanding which viewers are likely to be interested in watching the video. A good rule of thumb is to focus on what the viewer sees the most, and that's the thumbnail and title, and of course, the video. If you had to pick only one thing to focus on, it would be creating the content that satisfies.
My general goal when making videos or streams is not only to make something interesting, but also to learn to do it better. I think in the long run that's very important. At the beginning of my channel, it was very nice to look at the numbers and to see that, oh, this video gets more views, that's nice. But really, I guess it's more about trying to make everything better and better. So, for example, I'm trying to, for the short videos, I'm trying to make them nice, but also I try to be more efficient in the future. For now, I don't write down what I'm going to say during those short videos, but maybe I should. Maybe I should write that down and then read it during a video. This way there will be fewer mistakes, and it will be like, the quality and the effectiveness of that video would be very nice. Of course, there is something nice about doing something just as you go. I do that during streams. I don't I don't plan my streams carefully. When I see a new problem during a stream, I don't know what to say about it. But to give best quality to those short videos, I should prepare for them more. Also, like stuff like adding subtitles, I need to eventually outsource that. Editing videos, I'm learning slowly. And while watching this, by the way, I'll still think about Bartek's idea for the second channel. Maybe just like Errichto 2, and I would put anything I want there. Maybe even if I decide that I want to, I don't know, is there something not programming that I want to do? Maybe some general thoughts about programming. But I want to play the game Portal. This is a logical game, so maybe that would be Twitch, I think, is a good place to do that, but YouTube is not, at least not my main channel, the one that I have right now. I don't want to not put trash there, but put something not related there to stay there. Boring Errichto is better. Maybe Boring Errichto is indeed better. Boring stream, hooray. Boring Errichto, maybe. Well, let's see what the experts say about. In fact, this video is about some. He talks about some document, and I will later try to. Oh, here it is. Maybe instead instead of watching the video, I will read it to see what is important here. Suggested videos. In terms of time of day, some videos perform better when recommended in the morning because some people have morning habits like watching the news or working out. But that shouldn't be important for me. Well, it's hard for me because time zones are different. Like, people from different countries watch me. Also, I'm not that well organized to always put something out at a particular time. Errichto's streams are very interesting and helpful. They should not be named boring at all. But how are they helpful? Did you learn anything new today? I talked about Moss algorithm or about categories in competitive programming, but did I teach you anything? I wonder. Why are so many videos in recommended from my subscribed channels? Okay, what about how does YouTube's algorithm work to recommend me all the videos of a person who is currently on the news? If someone is in the news, that often coincides with some viewers searching for videos about the person and watching them. If enough viewers do this, we might recommend the video to more people. Yeah, most of those answers just come from the fact that they do not know what exactly happens. They just use some machine learning to maximize the watch time, and that's it. So maybe it's not really about reading those answers like, maybe that happens, maybe not, and just thinking what is reasonable, like how people behave. YouTube's algorithm will not have many ifs that I should care about. It's just that it's, well, I wonder, among people that watch me or will watch me, what is the percentage that will there will be some people that will watch almost everything anyway, because they are really interested in that. They will watch both boring streams and shorter videos. But there will be also people that would just want the well-organized content, like those short videos and lectures. And will it hurt me that I also have some other stuff on the channel? And how big part of the viewers are that? I have learned DP from one of your streams, so useful for me, in my opinion. Yeah, but you know, DP was in not lecture, but app solving. This meant to be a valuable video. Today it's more about me doing something, not private, but doing something, not teaching. As I am beginner, I learn which algorithms to begin with. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, for sure you will get better grasp of what is there in competitive programming, and it's valuable to be able to ask questions and to hear someone experienced to talk about that. So maybe those boring streams make sense for people new to competitive programming. Is the deep neural networks for YouTube recommendations paper still accurate, or have you moved on with technology to something different? A lot of the fundamental principles are the same, but we have made hundreds of improvements since the paper was written. Among them is the addition of satisfaction survey responses, which helps us understand what sorts of videos viewers really enjoy, in a way we can't understand simply by observing the amount of time they spend watching them. Abstract. YouTube represents one of the largest scale and most sophisticated industrial recommendation systems in existence. In this paper, we describe the system at a high level and focus on the dramatic performance improvements brought by deep learning. I doubt that there will be something interesting for me here. Let's go through that. ICPC asked interesting, not really smart question yesterday. They posted a picture from machine learning competition, the ICPC challenge by Huawei, and asked if people have any ideas how to solve this problem. It was just some machine learning problem. So, any ideas? That's a bit stupid question. That being said, of course, maybe we should say that what kind of machine learning we should use, what kind of networks, what to do there, what to tweak, what features to use. But this would be too detailed for Facebook. Modeling expected watch time, experiments with hidden layers, conclusions. Let's read conclusions. But this is more about how the system works rather than how YouTubers should use that. Let's see. We have described our deep neural network architecture for recommending YouTube videos, split into two distinct problems: candidate generation and ranking. There's more art than science in selecting the surrogate problem for recommendations. For watch time prediction, they want to predict the watch time. So yeah, that's bad if the question is video-wise or channel-wise. I guess both. I'm sure that it's not that the channel is banned because it has some videos that are bad. But it makes sense that when it will suggest videos to people that will likely subscribe to the channel and watch all the stuff from this channel. It makes some sense. People don't subscribe to everybody there. If YouTube has a possibility to propose a video to someone and a different video from someone else, and that first YouTuber has all the videos like that, so if a viewer likes this video, he will watch everything else. On a second channel, only some videos are like that, and other ones are very random, and they only are fine for a group of people, then that's bad. This makes sense, at least to me. In optimization problems, in competition about optimization problems, it's nice that we can code something and see how it works. Here, I will not be able to compare the results. I'm too small of a channel. If I could order to thousands of channels to do something and do something else, then I would know better. I'm going to find that interview where I heard that old videos do matter. and also videos of different type, even if they are private. I think that was in a podcast of Sugar Pine 7. It had to be a podcast with someone who worked in YouTube. Yeah, I will not find that now. We'll try later. But yeah, I remember that it was them talking about that. This is, by the way, some comedy channel that I recommend. Very good content, but it's not related to programming in any way. Layers of the blah blah blah. Yeah, so nothing here will be important for me. Maybe, of course, I would understand something, could use it, but it isn't that important. Let's get back to the AMA. Does quality of video resolution matter during recommendations? Only if it matters to the viewer in terms of how much it satisfies them. Makes sense. Video metadata. Yeah, that is important for me. I don't set certain words as tags if those words already appear in the title of this or description. Should I set them as tags even though those words appear in titles and in description? No, focus on the thumbnail, title and the description and don't worry too much about tags. Okay, I will believe that. What makes sense? Tags are something for the algorithm to connect videos to each other, but for sure it's more important what people actually watch. Still there is focus on title and description. The question is whether those are important for YouTube or it's important only for viewers, and this is why we do that. I heard stuff like it's better to put a keyword as the first word of a title because then it's more important for the algorithm. It makes sense only if the algorithm understood that it's more important for viewers. If that's so, then we shouldn't care at all about algorithm and we should just think what is good for viewers. How would you solve something like this? And link to Imgur image. Well, that's dangerous. Let's see. Okay, this is a problem. If you want Americana, if you want me to solve some problem, to give some thoughts about the problem, then give me a link to that problem. I explained in Codeforces. You can Google Codeforces frequent FAQ in asking for help. So Codeforces asking for help FAQ. I explained why people should give links to problems. Which algorithm to begin with? Binary search, let's say. As Google Code Jam is around the corner, any tips for the initial rounds for intermediates and beginners in competitive programming? Not really. Well, in the first round, you must find a lot of time, right? There are 27 hours, so use them. If there are small and big subtasks, then make sure to test your solution, that it's fast enough for big tests. If it's first judged only on a small data. And that's it. Other than that, it's about skill and a bit of luck. I'm new to competitive programming, rate 1500 of Codeforces. Any suggestions? Yeah, practice. I wonder if you'd do something differently than what I did in the problem above. It's from Code Signal, that's why a screenshot. I've already completed the problem, just wanted your thoughts on it. What about that? Then on pastebin or ID1, paste your code and then I can give you some feedback about that. Like, too many times people ask questions from ongoing contests, and if you have code for this problem, then apparently, yeah, you can solve it, and this is a genuine question. Otherwise, maybe this is not really from an open platform, or this is from a contest or your homework, whatever. So let's take a look at that problem. Can I scroll? Yeah, I can. After becoming famous, the codebots decided to move into a new building together. Each of the rooms has a different cost. Some of them are free, but there's a rumor that all the free rooms are haunted. Since the codebots are quite superstitious, they refuse to stay in any of the free rooms or any of the rooms below any of the free rooms. If some room is if some number in a matrix is 0, then we should change all the numbers below to zeros as well, and then print the sum of values in the matrix. Here the code is check if I is 0. Okay, let's focus on not 0. If the previous cell in the same column is not this tab, this one, 0, 1. I would go column by column, so first iterate over j. It makes more sense to me to just first do something for a column. Then instead of doing that and actually modifying the array, what I would do is for a single column something like for I from 0 to height of the matrix, if this cell, like cell of I of column is 0, then break, otherwise sum plus equal m of I col. But this goes from up, yeah, and in the for the first 0 it breaks. So this is how I would do it. That being said, there is a small disadvantage of this solution. That is that cache is not it isn't well used. It's better to iterate over the second dimension in an array, but this is a detail. Anyway, this is a, I would say, simpler solution, and you don't have to modify the array. Sometimes that's an issue. It's better not to modify stuff because then it might confuse you in some later part of the solution or code, if this is a more complicated problem. Great way of thinking, thanks. You're welcome. Can you please solve this question? So I guess that some link was blocked by YouTube. Let's see. Nope. So Tanu, what question are you talking about, or just the one from picture? This is enough about this problem. You were the tester of this problem. I don't understand why sorting the array in ascending order gives wrong answer, but sorting the array in descending order gives accepted. Any thoughts? What problem? YouTube doesn't block links, but the whole message I believe. Yes, but I would see that on a site unless I'm not logged in on laptop. One moment. Okay, now it makes sense. Yeah, YouTube blocked some more stuff. I didn't see it because on laptop I'm logged in as with my private account. Now everything should be there.
Hey, what's cracking? Here's what's up. Here's what's up.
What do we have here? Code forces problem. You were the tester. Okay, I was a tester, but I don't necessarily remember problem. You're given a sequence, you would like to make elements in a difference. To do so, you may perform operations of two types. Remove an element with some cost, decrease the value of an element by 1. You may perform as many operations. Did you ask me already about this problem? I remember reading something. Somebody asked me about this problem weeks ago. Where was it you? This is the same. Can you give a name of a problem? This problem above, which one? The name, please. And this link doesn't work. I think I was asked about that weeks ago, and my answer was, well, the problem isn't symmetric. You can decrease the value of an element by 1, not increase. So, of course, sorting increasingly and decreasingly will do something else. How can we send you the links? You can just paste them and I must hit enter. Like I must hit approve. So now you're now I hit that for all the waiting comments. Just your link wasn't full, I think. In this problem, the situation isn't symmetrical. If we increase a value of an element by 1, if we can do both, decreasing and increasing, then both versions work. Here, if you have multiple coins with value 7, then you can move that 7 to 6 or 5. This is why it makes sense to sort decreasingly, to go first have 7, and then you can push that down to 6 or 5. That's in short. In general, just find a counter test for the not working strategy and think why it doesn't work there. What else? This problem. Appleman has a tree with n vertices. Maybe first of all, did you read the editorial? Because there is one. Can you please solve this question? Make it different problem. I don't understand what you're saying. And to Tanu Kumar, if there is an editorial, then what exactly is your question? If the editorial is badly written, then ask in comments under the editorial, and maybe someone will be able to answer that. Let me get back to this thing. And also, I didn't want to do that. Okay, I closed. I thought that I have that video with the guy talking open, so I would run that again. Doesn't matter. I'm part of YPP. What is it? YouTube YPP. YouTuber Partner Program. Okay. Doesn't matter for me. I'm not, or am I? I think I can apply because I satisfied the requirements. It's like some number of 4,000 hours watched and some number of subscribers, but I don't really care about earning $10 a month, whatever. And I think they claim that the fact that you have ads doesn't affect your watch time. On the other hand, some people say something different about that. So maybe YouTube does reward videos that have ads, and they have ifs for that, and they just don't want to say that. Does editing a title, description or thumbnail after uploading affect how much a video is recommended? It depends on whether the updates make them better for the viewer, worse or about the same. There is no disadvantage in the system related to updating this, so if you think you have an improvement, give it a try. Okay, that's an important thing, nice. Can you please explain why if you watch one video in a specific category genre, why you get recommended it a bunch even though it was just one video? Whatever, what do I get a genre of videos that I've never watched recommended to me? Why am I getting videos that I already watched multiple times suggested to me, and will I be able to set it so videos I already watched are recommended to me less? We currently don't restrict recommendations to videos that haven't been watched before because we found that viewers often watch the same videos multiple times. And they seem to enjoy them. I found the algorithm pretty poor. It only recommends popular videos. It used to recommend me some nice obscure videos that were suited to my interests. Now it's just trash. What specific number, threshold, and or percentage does YouTube value require for a video to be recommended more? No magic number yet. That was talked about in the video. And that's it. Are there more? I see 13 recommended answers. I would like to see more if there are. And by the way, I will soon finish. Let me see if I have something urgent. To do. I'm just now checking on my laptop if I have some urgent emails or stuff like that. Interesting. I was asked to do some cooperation stream about the ICPC finals. So maybe I will join that, but I will do that later. What else? Okay, that's everything that was important. So let's soon finish in like 10 minutes. Yeah, I will try to find that video where they talked about old strange videos affecting the algorithm. And I will think a lot about Kostek's, like Bartek's Kostka suggestion about having a second channel for the, I guess, absolving that can be chaotic. Most of my videos for just absolving problems are, I would say, very boring because I don't do well there. When I solve hard problems and try to explain things at the same time, I'm usually not in the top because English isn't my first language. I must think a bit to be able to talk in English, to speak in English, and I can then efficiently solve problems. And often there you will see me struggling for an hour to solve a problem that maybe I would otherwise solve in 10 minutes. So maybe this kind of streams would also be better on the other channel. And for those of you who are interested in that, then you can subscribe to that other channel and watch the videos. And more casual viewers will just stay on the first channel. Maybe that makes sense. And then there's a choice of name, Boring Errichto or Errichto 2. I think that Errichto 2 is better, but Boring Errichto also makes some sense. Yeah, and just like I said at the beginning, I plan to regularly stream. Where was my plan? It's a long document. I plan to do boring streams twice a week. I'm thinking about Tuesdays morning and Fridays afternoon, like it said here. Maybe Tuesdays I will switch to some other day, but it should be fine. This Friday you shouldn't expect a stream because I'm going to a contest that will be on Saturday. I'm going outside of Warsaw, so I can do anything. I will be in train during that time. I want to make some short video on YouTube this week, but again, I don't know if I will find time. When is the next stream and what would you do in that? I think my priority list is first short video on a random problem, something from Codeforces, maybe recent diff1e, because I solved that during a contest quickly and I like the problem. There's a lot to talk about there, and yet it doesn't require a particular hard algorithm, and this shouldn't be involved, or maybe it can be. Then thoughts about the reply code challenge, the one where I recently, it was a team competition like Hashcode and we won. And then some lectures. And I have a lot of ideas for lectures, a lot of stuff that I also gave lectures in Polish recently, so I'm prepared for that. It's just about having time to do that. And they're just preparing for an hour maybe before. I could do that today instead of a boring stream, but I had stuff to decide anyway. I wanted to do other things, so I did that during a boring stream lecture. And in particular, in the near future, I can do convex hull of lines and also like convex hull trick. Then square root decomposition on trees. I learned that recently. I guess a lot of other stuff. Maybe moss algo on tree. I can do a lecture on something that I learned today. Just then I will be more prepared. Or that should be a half an hour video, maybe. For now, for videos, I do prepare subtitles, but I wouldn't want to do that for something that is an hour long. That would take too much time. And believe me, you don't want to do that either. It's so boring. Something else, maybe. Could you please share that diff1e problem so we can check it before the stream? Yeah, sure, you can. This is about pink and brown edges in a graph. I can find that. in round 549, Pink Floyd. This problem. Did I copy? Here we go. This is E, Pink Floyd. Yeah. I appreciate, by the way, the fact that Codeforces had so many pretests. I got wrong answer on pretest 37. I had some obvious bug. Just in this problem, you need a lot of tests to really test the correctness. And I like that about this problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to expend much time on E and then see it fail systests. Of course, I could test that myself, but that would take time, and I wanted to get back to C. Because in that problem, in that contest, I went in order A, B, then I couldn't solve C for much time. I switched to E, I solved E, and then went back to C. And then I solved C, but not with the intended solution. I did something very strange there. I don't want to spoil the problem for you. Yeah, but it was dangerous. I just didn't get an easy idea for the problem. I did an overkill. Okay, it's 17 past 2. I'm going to end now. I will think about the second channel, and I will organize a little bit regarding that French IOI materials. I want to figure out what to do during the stream. What to really work on. Maybe I will look for problems, stuff like that, but for sure it will be about algorithms, and assume that this will be 90% of what I'm doing during boring streams, likely. Those regular streams on Tuesdays and Fridays, unless I change the day. Maybe instead of Tuesdays it will be Monday, Wednesday, hard to say. But Fridays afternoon seem okay for that. And this will be just my part-time job for that French IOI. Okay, if you haven't already, then subscribe to the channel, please. That helps a lot. Like the video, and see you next time. Bye bye. Bye, Rocket.